Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Can everybody hear me up there in the back of the stands okay? All right, we're getting ready to get started here. Our 2025 4-H Swine Show. We're going to start with our national anthem, and Don Keller will be performing that.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, their bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
All right, thanks, Don. All right, we're going to be getting started here in just a second. I'm going to call some hogs up here to the makeup ring, and then we'll be doing some announcements. All right, we want to welcome our judge this evening, Mandy Grimm from Churubusco, Indiana. Mandy was an FFA advisor and ag teacher at Central Noble Junior and Senior High, owns Grimm Farm Family Livestock with her husband, Chris, and where they raise show pigs, have 2 children, Millie and Colson, an associate's in animal science from Black Hawk East, a bachelor's in ag education from Purdue, was on the competitive livestock judging teams at both institutions. So let's give Mandy a hand. Thank her for coming tonight. Also in the ring, we've got our queen in her court, our 2025 queen, Laura Carnegie. Our princess, Molly Zyke. First runner-up, Reese Oliver. Second runner-up in Miss Congeniality, Charlie Smith. And Princess Miss Congeniality, Tyler Campbell. What's your name? And Miss Social Media, Brianna Gallion. All right. Right before we get started, we do have one announcement. Today is Donna Carnegie's 83rd birthday, so we got to sing her happy birthday. And she's actually the great aunt of the queen and been coming for 30 years to see her grandkids. So I'm going to let Laura start us off.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Donna. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, Donna. And I won't tell you that Lori Deck asked me to do that. All right, also let's give a shout out to our ringmen from Keystone Cooperative tonight. We got Lane Price, Jackson Kane, and Connor Cooperman helping in the ring. Also, we've got Kevin Burks helping keep things moving for us and keeping track of stuff. Also, during the show tonight, EK Brand Collective will be taking photographs, so you can go to EK Brand Collective and do free downloads of the show. All right. Okay, now entering the ring is Class 1. This is juniors, grades 3 through 5. Exhibitors in this class are Embry Chilton, Leona Fair, Evelyn Deck, Riley Tusing, and Cole Fleener, now showing Class 1 Junior Showman. While the animals are coming out in the ring, we'd like to thank our 2025 sponsors. Our sponsors this year are BJ McElroy, Leaner's Cleaning Service, Heath and Samaritan Van Deventer family, Hauler's Welding, in memory of Larry Arthur, Joe and Kathy Van Deventer, Josh and Jana Young, Kelsey Butcher family, Keystone Cooperative, Pendle Farms, Polly family, R.H. Marlin Excavating LLC, Sam and Deanna Fleener, the McCammon family, Wright Family Farms, Young Trucking Incorporated, and Izzy's Rentals. Let's thank all of our 2025 sponsors.
Well, thank you for the warm welcome. It is certainly good to be back in Monroe County. I think I was here for a couple years, 9 to 10 years ago is my best guess. So it's been a little while, but I remember it being a good show back then, and I am certain it will be a good show tonight. In these showmanship heats, I'll probably keep 2 to 3. In this particular class, I think there's 3 that stay together really well for me. I'm not going to separate them. I'll keep these initial heats pretty quick, and then drive a little bit longer as they come out for the final final drive. The three I'm going to keep are all stacked on this side of the ring, so it's going to be these three showmen, young lady in the pink bow, young man over here in the blue, and the young lady in the orange are going to go ahead and come back. I'll make some more comments as I get into the drives as to what I'm looking for, but the general theme is going to be consistency of placement of pigs, having control, taking those extra movements that are a little more mature to show a few extra angles. These kids do a really nice job. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Now entering the ring is our second class of junior showmen. These are grades 3 through 5. Exhibitors in this class are Abigail Pauley, Easton Arthur, Adeline Franklin, Benjamin Pauley, McCoy Vinsel, and Barrett Tragesser. Now entering is our second class of junior showmen. Attention in the makeup area. If you're not helping with livestock, can we make sure to step out of the aisleway so we can get the livestock and get the animals in? If you're not helping with one of the animals, please step out of the makeup ring.
Trying to stay as consistent as what I took out of the first class. I'm going to elect to only take one out of this particular drive, and that's going to be the young man right here in the purple. I think he's doing a really nice job. Young lady over here in the paisley print, she's got the foundations, but she's never in my line of vision. She's always behind my back. You just need to make sure you're getting that hog driven out there in the center of the ring so that I can see you, and that you're showing off and making sure you're out here to get yourself a grab for the champion drive for your showmanship division. Let's give these kids a big round of applause.
Now entering the ring is Class 3 of our junior showmen. Again, this is grades 3 through 5. The exhibitors in this class are Samson Dillard, Blake Chandler, Gideon Phipps, Leah Stengel, Henry Ferguson, Ellie Fleener, and Knox Prince, Class 3.
Again, a nice job to this particular class. I'm just going to go ahead and keep one again because I think it stays consistent with the level of showman we have coming out next. That's going to be the young man over here in that dark teal shirt. He does an excellent job. He's always against the flow of traffic out here. He's making sure he's visible and being seen. The young lady in the striped shirt, again, has the fundamentals for me. That Barrow isn't cooperating with her. He doesn't want to go. We just need that Barrow to grab the next gear, be able to get out here and get on the heels of that young man, and then you'd be the next one to be kept for me. But I think for today, we're just going to go ahead and keep one. Let's give these kids a big round of applause as we head them back to the barn.
All right, we'll now be showing for our champion and reserve champion junior showmen. Our exhibitors are Embry Chilton, Evelyn Deck, Cole Fleener, Easton Arthur, and Henry Ferguson. Now be showing for champion junior showman and reserve champion.
Well, I want you to put your hands together for these showmen. They do an excellent job. It's always interesting in counties or jackpots, depending on where we're at, the dynamic of showmen. You know, there are some shows that will start out in the beginning showmen and they are on fire and they're the best showmen all day. And then it wavers as we get older, so I'll be curious to see as it goes down the line. But I think that there are 5 really good showmen in the ring. And it certainly comes down to personal preferences and how it's wavered through class and out here. For me, there's one showman that has stayed consistent, not only in class but out here, and sets themselves apart in just a couple what I would call more mature areas for their age. They anticipate traffic and try to stay out of it. They anticipate the speed of this hog, and so when they can slow down just a little bit, they'll slow down, but when they know they need to speed up, they get on that hog and they get them going just a little bit more. They show me some different angles. We've got some good showmen out here that do a really good job managing a back and forth, but it takes a more mature showman to know, I want to see chest shot, I want to see him going away, I want to see a 3/4 view if the opportunity presents, and especially when you can cut up traffic. The one that just does an excellent job, young man right in front of me. I guess in my mind that's a pretty easy call. Reserve becomes a lot more challenging because each of these individuals have had particular portions of the drive where I feel like they have exhibited their strengths, and then it's hot out here today and these hogs are wanting to break down, and so showmanship is a team sport, and you got to have a hog that comes to play and stays with you, and yet you have to have a showman that manages that. So I want to take the opportunity to say that all of these showmen are very good and have their strengths, and I'll talk about them individually. The young lady in the orange is very good at staying in my no, hold on. I'm just talking about each of you. The young lady in the orange is very good at staying in the proximity of me, does an excellent job going back and forth, maybe doesn't grab the extra angles. The young man in the purple has done a great job coming out in class of being very good. This Berkshire Barrow is starting to break down on him, and I know what that feels like. That can be frustrating. The young lady with the Yorkshire hog out here does a really nice job, maybe gets herself into traffic a little bit more, but does a very nice job of being intense and going after it. And the young man out here in the blue does a really nice job, has a hog that probably moves at a more consistent speed with him, has had times where he's gotten in traffic, but he really chased the heels of our champion. He's going to be my reserve. Again, a really nice job to them, and we'll move on into your intermediate division.
Congratulations to Henry Ferguson, our champion junior showman, and congratulations to Cole Fleener, our reserve champion junior showman. Now entering the ring is our first class of intermediate showmen. This is grades 6 through 8. Exhibitors in this class are Kinley Wright, Reed Patterson, Jason Keller, Brooklyn Pendle, and Jake Naylor. It's our first class of intermediate showmen, grades 6 through 8.
I guess it doesn't take long for me in this class to find the two that are going to separate themselves. I like to tell, right now my kids are young and my daughter is just starting to show, she's 5. But working with my nephews and my niece that are a little bit older, our general rule of thumb on showmanship is you've got 8 seconds out of the gate to grab the judge's attention. And that means that you are showing while you're in the pen, you are heads up coming out of the gate, you're paying attention, you're getting your gate closed, and you're getting out here and getting back to work. Do that very, very well. That's the young lady here with the Tamworth and the young man here with the Crossbred. A real nice job to them. We'll see them back.
Now entering the ring is our second class of intermediate. This is grades 6 through 8. Exhibitors in this class are Maggie Zeich, Traven Franklin, Eli Arthur, Raylan Fleener, Hudson Clark, and Kinley Cupper. This is now our second class of intermediate showmen.
Again, it's going to fall apart nicely to keep 2 in this particular class. Mature showmen, they're driving the hogs aren't driving them. That's the 2 right ahead of me out here that maintain control in the center of the ring, do those extra mature things, always heads up and looking their best. Congratulations. We'll see them back in the intermediate drive.
We'll now be showing for our champion and reserve champion intermediate showman. Our exhibitors are Reed Patterson, Brooklyn Pendle, Eli Arthur, and Raylan Fleener. If anybody wants to get photographs of the show, in the show ring this evening, EK Brand Collective, they've got free downloads for photographs of all the showmans. Also, all the shows here in this ring are live streaming. If you go to Facebook, it's Monroe County 4-H Purdue Extension. If you go to YouTube, it's Monroe County 4-H Youth Development. So live streaming on all the shows here in the ring. Facebook is Monroe County 4-H Purdue Extension, and YouTube is Monroe County 4-H Youth Development. Live streaming.
Let's give these four a big round of applause. I think all four are very good showmen. I try not to make it about questions, but I do like to talk to the kids a little bit. I'm an ag teacher. I enjoy working with youth and talking with youth, getting to know them and know what they know a little bit. My questions are never too stumping, I guess. There are things that you should know, and that's a point to bring up. Make sure you know the birth date of your hog. If you have a purebred gilt, make sure you know the weight if we're talking about crossbreds or barrows, and make sure you know some of that basic information about them coming into showmanship, just in case you do. Questions are not as common anymore, but like I said, I like to just have a short conversation. I like to keep it, though, about what we're doing here in the ring, and I think all four of these are really good showmen. As a breeder, half the battle is getting your pigs into the hands of kids who can get out here and drive them maturely, and all four of these would be excellent on any hog. I think any breeder would be happy with them out here driving them. There's one individual for me that does the extras, and there was a money moment when I was standing right over here. This individual was driving this way and saw the break and two pigs coming right here. They crossed each other, and like Moses in the Red Sea, they turned that hog, they came right at me. They came over here, they showed me every single angle, did it right again. Young man in the multicolored shirt will be your champion. I guess from there it becomes a little bit challenging, and like I did with the beginners, I'm going to talk about each one of you, so don't get too excited yet, and just talk about some of the pluses and minuses, because I think you deserve that to understand why you're being chosen or not chosen. I'm going to start with the young man in the purple, talk about him a little bit. Does a very good job, stays on the heels of the other young man out here. That hog is starting to get just a little bit tired, and he's cognizant of that and handles it very well. Keeps at a really nice pace. The young lady in the yellow, I think this pair is a touch slow for me. I wish that gilt could get up and grab another gear, but you're very ring aware. You know what's going on. You do an excellent job. Your head's up. The young lady with the Tamworth, I think you do an excellent job, especially on those profile drives back and forth. I maybe lose you a little bit on some of those extra drives. I'd like to see a few more angles. I'd like to see you come at me a few more times. I'd like to see you show me some 3/4. So that being said, I guess there's one that just has hung in my mind a little bit more. And as a mom of a little boy, I love it when the boys get a chance to get out here and beat the girls. Young man does a really nice job. To take nothing away from the girls, showmanship is just typically a girls' sport. They have more finesse. They have the ability to just work it a little bit better, so when the boys can grab it, that's pretty cool. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Congratulations goes to Reed Patterson with Intermediate Showman, and congratulations to Eli Arthur, Reserve Champion Intermediate Showman. Okay, we're getting ready to start our senior showman. This is grades 9 through 12. We're going to change it up just a little bit. We're going to mix Class 6 and Class 7 on the show bill. So our exhibitors in this class are Henry Kane, Haley Clark, Hayden Clark, Langley Hill, Eliza Tragesser, Madeline Polly, Cynthia Franklin. Our exhibitors in this first class of senior showmen. This is grades 9 through 12.
I don't know if this class of showmen sorts just quite as easily as some of the others that I've seen, but I think that there's three that stay together for me in terms of the basics we've seen in our other age divisions. Being ring aware, being out here, keeping those hogs heads up. We've got some variation in the speed of the hogs out here, and we'll address that when we get out into our senior drive. But the three I'm going to keep is the young lady here in the stripes, the young man in the red, and the young lady in the light blue right here. Let's give them a big round of applause as we head them back to the barn.
Now entering the ring is our second class of senior showmen. Exhibitors in this class are Oliver Gaw, Isaiah Gaw, Harper Lawrence, Hunter Olson, and Kayla Moore. This is our second class of senior showmen.
Another good class of showmen, and two that separate from me just in terms of intentionality, where they've got their hogs placed in the ring and being really aware of me, great eye contact. That's going to be the two young ladies right ahead of me in the black and the pink and white stripes. Let's give them a big round of applause as we head them back to the barn.
Now entering the ring is our last class of senior showmen. Exhibitors in this class are Emmett Young, Tyler Patterson, and Gavin Mobley.
A good job to these three young men. I think there's one that stays with the caliber I've kept back in terms of being really intentional. That's going to be the young man in the pink and white striped shirt here. Let's give him a big round of applause, and we'll go ahead and drive your champion senior showman.
We'll now be showing for champion and reserve champion senior showman. Exhibitors in this class are Henry Kane, Haley Clark, Langley Hill, Harper Lawrence, Kayla Moore, and Tyler Patterson will now be showing for champion and reserve champion senior showman. All right, now entering the ring is our first exhibitor, showing for champion senior and reserve champion senior showman. Once again, we'd like to thank our 2025 Swine Club sponsors. Our sponsors this year are BJ McElroy, Cleaners Cleaning Service, Heath and Samaritan Van Dievender family, Haulers Welding, in memory of Larry Arthur, Ron and Teresa Arthur, Joe and Kathleen Van Dievender, Josh and Jana Young, Kelsey Butcher family, Keystone Cooperative, Pendle Farms, Polly family, R.H. Marlin Excavating LLC, Sam and Deanna Fleener, the McCammon family, Wright Family Farms, Young Trucking Incorporated, and Izzy's Rentals. Thanks again to all of our 2025 4-H Swine Club sponsors.
Let's give these seniors a big round of applause. They've done a nice job, and I've got a lot of them out here. There's a lot of variation in showmanship styles out here. I probably won't talk through every single person, but I'm going to talk through a couple that have been on my radar. The young lady in blue does a nice job. To be honest with you, this hog is too slow. She needs to be able to get up and go and grab another gear. I think it would show off your ability more if you had a faster hog. So probably a bit to your detriment, but does a really nice job. The young man in the red, you do a really nice job. You're very ring aware. Really heads up with that gilt. I think a very nice job. The young lady in the pink and white stripe is one that's certainly on my radar. That hog's starting to get hot and tire out on you a little bit, but you're staying with it and managing that, and that is very much appreciated. The young lady in the black does a nice job, and that gilt is also starting to tire out, wanting to hang on the holding pens and get back to where she came from. Really appreciate the job she does. My champion, though, I think is just leagues ahead of everybody else out here, can run circles around him, knows where he needs to be. Young man in the pink and white striped shirt, you got it. For me, that's an obvious. I think reserve could go so many different ways out here, and I think it really comes down to personal preference. Different judge, different day. You could come up with a different reserve, and I've had different individuals in my mind at particular times. Those ones I talked about are who it comes down to, and I have to say that I've had a couple of them in reserve in my mind at particular times. The one road that really hangs with it and just keeps going when the other ones have broken down, young man in the red, you're going to be my reserve. Let's give these kids a big, big round of applause as we wrap up showmanship. A really nice job out here. Congratulations. Be proud of your kids. They were very respectful and knowledgeable. Did a nice job.
Congratulations goes to Tyler Patterson with the champion senior showman, and congratulations to Henry Kane, reserve champion senior showman. All right, now entering the ring is our first class in the gilt show. This is the home farm born gilts. That means these animals were born and raised on the farm where these 4-H'ers live. Exhibitors in this class are Ellie Fleener, Joanna Fansler, Sawyer Young, Emmett Young, Betsy Moore, and Bailey Moore. Once again, this is our home farm born gilt class.
As we kick off our gilt show, we've got our home-raised gilts, and in the county I grew up, we call this bred, born, and raised, which is a division I really appreciate. Give these kids the opportunity to go through the whole project. Breed, farrow, raise these hogs up, get them fed and presented to come out here. I think for me, the champion sticks out to me really obviously. It's reserve that's going to be more of a challenge. For me, there's a gilt that represents their breed really, really well. Structurally very correct, attractive, especially when she gets out here heads up, has a great body shape and center. The young man's Landrace gilt in the green shirt's going to be your home-raised champion. From there, in my mind, it gets really close. You've got a couple gilts out here that maybe just come with some more concern for me. That Landrace gilt has a litter mate who does a lot of similar things. She's not as good structured, doesn't offer as much maternal drop and sweep to her center body. I think there's another one that offers a few more unique pieces to build upon, really extended ahead of her blade, comes out here with a really square hip. I'd like to just soften her up in her center, but for reserve, I'm going to use the young lady in the red shirts, black Crossbred gilt. Congratulations to those individuals.
Congratulations to Sawyer Young with the champion home farm born gilt, and congratulations to Betsy Moore with reserve champion home farm born gilt. Now entering the ring is our first class of Berkshire gilts. Animals in this class are January born animals. Exhibitors in this class are Abigail Pendle, Ellie Fleener, and John Red. This is our first class. This is January Berkshire gilts.
a nice way to kick off our gilt show, and there is a gilt that just runs this class. That's the young lady in the black shirt. She's bold and robust everywhere she needs to be, heads up and very correct in the angle and set to her skeleton. I think she's an easy way to run. The gilt that's going to go ahead and be second's the young man in the white shirt, and this gilt just comes with a few more issues to her skeleton. Wants to rock that blade too far forward. That causes her some problems there back. Wants to pull up in her spine and then tuck and duck her hip a little bit. I'd soften her up in her center body if I had the opportunity as well. The young lady that's going to be third. It's a nice gilt that profiles well on the side. She just gets outpowered in this class. She just needs to be stoutened and powered up in her skeleton and her bone work and the width at the base. Give these kids a big round of applause as we head them back to the barn.
First place and congratulations goes to Abigail Pendle. Second place, John Redden. And third place, Ellie Fleener. We'll now be showing our second class of Berkshire gilts. These are December gilts. Exhibitors in this class are Amelia Tragesser, Brooks Tragesser, Joanna Fansler, and Kinley Cupper. Now showing our second class. These are December Berkshire gilts.
To alleviate any confusion, when we've got small classes out here, I'm not going to go ahead and pen them, probably any more than 5. We'll pen them bottom up, but when we've got 5 or less, I'm just going to go ahead and talk about them and save our ring help some trouble getting these hog back into pens. For me, there's a gilt that real easily wins this class. That's the young lady in the black shirt out here. She's the tough structured gilt that comes with the best angle to her skeleton. Could soften her up in her center body, could level her out in her hip. She wants to drop her pin set and tuck her hind legs up underneath her, but in terms of width of chest and width and squareness at the ground, look from the side, she's the way to go. From there, it gets a little bit more challenging. A couple that I have a tendency to go back and forth between, one that profiles a little better and one that comes with a little bit more structure, but I'm going to go with the better profiling gilt. That's the young man here in the blue and the red striped shirt. A gilt that's got a really nice set and angle to her skeleton on the side. She becomes a little bit too two-dimensional for me, and that's where my concerns lie with her. Would love to give her a little more maternal muscle shape and stouten her up when you get in behind her. The more rugged gilt comes in the young lady in the green shirt, and she's going to go ahead and be third. This gilt wants to push her blade too far forward for me, gets a little bit more wound up out of her hip, and that just comes with the extra muscle shape that she's got working for her. as we work on down to 4 and 5, again, it becomes challenging. The young man in the green shirt is going to be your 4th place gilt. She just comes more genuine through her pin set and her width at the ground in comparison to the young lady in the yellow, who's going to be 5, a gilt that, again, wants to push too far forward in her blade and consequently tuck her hip up underneath her. Both of these gilts just need more grow and mass and power for me. Let's give them a big round of applause.
First place and congratulations goes to Kinley Cupper. Second place, Joanna Fansler. Third place, Joanna Fansler. Fifth place, Brooks Tragesser, or fourth place. And fifth place, Amelia Tragesser. We'll now be getting ready to show for champion Berkshire gilt and reserve champion. Exhibitor from our first class is Abigail Pendle. An exhibitor from our second class is Kinley Cupper.
A nice job to both our January and December class winners. For me, I guess it's no contest in my mind. That gilt out of the first class has to be your champion, Berkshire. She's fit perfectly out here. I guess if you want to get critical on her, she has a tendency to be a touch moderate. You could clean her up here, but that comes from packing as much into what she's got, working in a more moderate and stouter and more powerful frame, and still doing it on a good set of running gears. Let's give that girl a nice round of applause. We dropped the second place in from that class, and I guess it can become a little bit tighter, but the second place out of our January class, I just think comes with so much more added toughness of structure. She is just the stouter featured, stouter scald gilt out here that comes more robust through her rib and center body. I like that about her a great deal. She'll go ahead and be your reserve.
Congratulations to Abigail Pendle with the champion Berkshire gilt, and congratulations to John Red, reserve champion Berkshire gilt.
Just one entry in our Chester division, but she's no slouch. That's a really nice Chester gilt. Really, really nice in the way she's assembled in her skeleton. Really good in her shape and in her body. Let's give this young man a big round of applause for his champion Chester gilt.
Congratulations goes to Henry Ferguson with the champion Chester White gilt. Now entering the ring will only be one exhibitor. This is the first class of our Duroc gilts. This is a February gilt. This is Tucker Campbell as our exhibitor.
Just one entry in our February Duroc division, and she's a nice gilt that profiles really well, especially when you get her heads up. If I were to change her, I'd do it off either end of her skeleton. She wants to get too upright there in her blade, which causes her to be straight in her knee, and then gets tight and hurried in her hip as well. I'd like to open her up at the base of her skeleton. But again, one that comes with a lot of look on the side, a lot of extension ahead of her blade. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Congratulations to Tucker Campbell. Now entering the ring is our January class of Duroc gilts. Exhibitors in this class are Eli Arthur, Kinley Wright, Reagan Durnall, Harper Lawrence, and Cole Fleener. This is our January class of Duroc gilts.
I think a real interesting class of Duroc gilts, and to get out here and break them down in terms of skeleton is what's going to sort the class. I guess the two that sort up don't have quite enough to them for me. At some shows this spring, we've seen a real skinny gilt trend, and I'm not into that. You know, females need to be able to have enough shape and enough power to generate on, but the advantage of not having so much on them is they manage their skeleton a little bit better, and that's kind of the case out here. The one that I think is really unique and super tall fronted, really attractive on the profile, and the one that I think is the most unique in terms of her skeleton is the young lady in the pink and white striped shirt. I really like that gilt from the side. Like I said, I want more. I want more shape down her top. I want her blown apart in her rib more, and I want more power going away. But I think she is really super unique in how uphill she runs, how she lays in her blade and her knee and her skeleton from their back. There's another one out here that's really cool in terms of her skeleton. She just comes more moderate and more jammed up. She's going to be second, and that's the young man out here in the blue paisley shirt. A gilt that I think comes with a little bit more genuine chest as she drives at you. Again, I said she's a little more jammed up where her skull sits ahead of her blade. She's more jammed up when you view her on the side. And you'd think that she comes with more power, but really she's just as skinny as the gilt that goes ahead and wins this class. And so I can't give her the advantage from there. The gilt that I love when you get over top of her is the young man in the purple shirt, and this gilt's going to be third. The problem is that this gilt's power is to her undoing when you get in behind her. She gets too wound up in her hip. She struggles off of that back left leg, and she really wants to struggle with the young young man out here. Love her rib shape and center body. I wish that we could couple that on top of the 2 gilts that come ahead in this class. From there, we've got a couple gilts that struggle more with structure and their genuine body type and shape. The young lady in the white floral shirt is going to be 4th out here. That's a more rugged gilt that comes with more of the rib shape and center body I like, but she doesn't do it with the skeletal correctness that we find at the top end of the class. And then the young lady in the coral shirt is going to go ahead and be last. A gilt that comes more upright in her skeleton and just wants to close as you get in behind her. Let's give those kids a big round of applause.
First place and congratulations goes to Harper Lawrence. Second place, Cole Fleener. Third place, Eli Arthur. Fourth place, Reagan Durnall. And fifth place, Kinley Wright. Now be showing our last class of Duroc gilts. This is a December class. Exhibitors in this class are Brooklyn Pendle and Waylon Van Devender.
Not going to take me much time to sort this class. The young lady's dark red gilt comes in and commands the ring. She's tall fronted, comes with that extra punch and power I want up top, a big old bladed gilt that's still got some when you get in behind her. If you want to get nitpicky, you could give her more curve to the upper shape of her rib, but I think that's a real nice Duroc gilt to go ahead and run the class with. A more moderate gilt that's going to be in second, probably tougher in her skull, probably stouter in her hip, but she just doesn't come with those extras of skeleton. Not as wide and squared up at the ground when you study her from that standpoint. Let's give those kids a big round of applause and we'll figure out a champion Duroc gilt.
First place and congratulations goes to Brooklyn Pendle, and second place, Waylon Van Devender. We'll now be showing for champion and reserve champion Duroc gilt. From our February class, our exhibitor is Tucker Campbell. From our January class, our exhibitor is Harper Lawrence. And from our December class, Brooklyn Pendle, now showing for champion and reserve champion Duroc gilt.
A couple nice Duroc gilts out here, and I spent some time talking about them in class. I guess for me, there's just one that's the answer of what I've talked about that I like in females. Females that can go home and generate. I'm in the business of raising a few hogs. You know, we don't keep a lot around, maybe 20 sows, but that's always the priority for me in a gilt show. What can go home and generate, and what's going to make the next generation of show hogs for these kids or whoever ends up with them in their farrowing crates? For me, that's the young lady with the December gilt. Congratulations. We dropped the second place December in, and I talked about that one being real rugged and tough structured in class. I think that she could be a barrow maker. For me, the one that's more unique in her skeleton and I think more follows the type and kind of my class winner, though like I said in class, just doesn't have quite enough for me. She's still good enough to be reserved. That'll be the young lady in the pink and white stripe.
Congratulations goes to Brooklyn Pendle with the champion Duroc gilt, and congratulations to Harper Lawrence, reserve champion Duroc gilt.
Just a single January gilt, and I think she's a nice representative. She's tall and extended ahead of her blade, offers a great silhouette out here when you get her on the profile. No glaring holes, you know, as Hampshires come. She could be a little bit more stouter featured, have a little bit more maternal swoop to her center body, but I still think a very nice representative. We'll see what she comes up against with the Decembers. Congratulations.
Congratulations goes to Harper Lawrence with our January Hampshire gilt. Now entering the ring is our second class of Hampshire gilts. These are December gilts. Exhibitors in this class are J. Ty Webb, Mabel Young, Reese Oliver, and Jacob Hovius. These are December Hampshire gilts. Once again, let's thank our 2025 Monroe County Fair Queen, Laura Carnegie. She's getting ready to move on to some other places to take care of some of her other queenly duties. Tyler, Miss Congeniality, is going to stay and help hand out ribbons. So let's give the ladies a hand and thank them for their service.
As we come to our December Hamp Gilts, some interesting females out here to talk. Our class winner is going to be the young lady in the multicolored shirt here. That's the most powerful gilt, and she's not perfect in her skeleton, but she comes with the most positives. I need to jack her up in her shoulder, set her back, and that would fix a lot of her skeletal issues. She wants to push forward in her blade. She wants to duck her pins, get up underneath herself. But when you study her from her blade back, she's the most pried apart in her blade. She offers the most genuine shape as you study her up high with a bold maternal ribbon center and width and power at the ground. One that maybe reads a little bit better in her skeleton, but not enough for me to give her the edge, is the young lady in the pink shirt. She's going to go ahead and be second. I think that gilt reads more functional in the set to her hip and blade. She comes quite a bit plainer as you study her at the top side of her blade, just more generic when you get down in behind her. The young man in the white shirt's going to be third in this class. That's a gilt that offers some mass and power, but comes in a much more moderate package, not with the extras of look and design on the side. And the young man in the blue is going to be four, a gilt that just needs to be powered up relative to her contemporaries in this class, just to get the edge. Let's give those kids a big round of applause.
First place and congratulations goes to Reese Oliver. Second place, Mabel Young. Third place, J. Ty Webb. And fourth place, Jacob Hovius. We'll now be getting ready to show for champion and reserve champion Hampshire gilt. Our exhibitor from Class 1 is Harper Lawrence, and exhibitor from Class 2 is Reese Oliver.
Well, I offer my congratulations to both of the class winners. In the Hampshire division, it poses a bit of a problem for me because as somebody who raises Hampshires, fundamentally I have issues with both of them. Showmanship is a little bit more fun because I get to be a lot more positive with the kids. When it comes to Sorting Hogs, I have no problems telling the truth. And so we'll talk about them individually and where they contrast each other. You know, with a single entry in that January division, I didn't have anybody to go against with this gilt, and I talked about her fundamentally having some nice pieces. She's extended ahead of her blade, and she offers you a nice look on the side. Break her down more, and she's much more of a refined headed type of female, comes frailer in her feature, more tubular in her center body, and she's got some shape to her, but she's stiltier as you steady her up through her blade and knee. That causes me concern. We talked about the bigger gilt out here in class, and I talked about her fundamental concern. The thing that's got the advantage of this gilt is gravity. She's got enough center body and weight in her center that it's pulling her spine down, because everything about the way her skeleton reads wants to read like a hog that is way too far forward in her blade, way too steep in her hip, and I would imagine as a baby pig, she wanted to pull her spine up a lot. She's the kind that I would put a tremendous amount of weight in her center body to pull that down, and a lot of bulk and mass to bring her out here. Now her advantages are she's the much stouter featured gilt. Just got on her out here, and now she's limping out of her left front leg. She comes with a bigger blade, she's wider chested, she's bolder ribbed, and she's stouter hipped, and when you plus and minus her, she certainly comes with the most pluses. Like I said, I don't like the foundation she's built off of, and so that becomes concerning and a challenge that I have to come up with. I guess for me, the best I can do is plus and minus them. I'm going to go ahead and roll with the December gilt for your champion and the January for your reserve. Let's give those kids a big round of applause.
Congratulations goes to Reese Oliver with the champion Hampshire gilt, and congratulations to Harper Lawrence with the reserve champion Hampshire gilt. We'll now be getting ready to show our first class of Hereford gilts. This is a January class. Exhibitor in this class is Spencer Buchanan.
A single entry Hereford gilt out here, and she comes with some structural concerns. Again, something that we've seen as a common issue, pushing forward in their blade and then getting tighter out of their hip. But you have to commend her for being a stout skulled gilt that comes with a good amount of shape up high and power when you get in behind her. Let's give this young man a big round of applause.
Congratulations to Spencer Buchanan with the January Hereford gilt. Now entering the ring is our second class of Hereford gilts. These are December gilts. Exhibitors in this class are Kayla Moore, Bristol Condor, Kinley Wright, and Eliza Trageser.
The most basic built and attractive gilt by far in this particular class is the young lady in the black shirt. A gilt that's really square when you build her ground up, comes with a great look from the side. We could drop her down in her center body just to make her profile a touch better there, but I think one that comes with a lot of positive pieces. The one next that's probably the most intriguing is the young lady's gilt over here that's really stout skulled and bold bladed. She comes with some concern. She wants to come apart there behind her blade. I'd like to clean her up in her composition, but I think the next best gilt in class. From there, I think it becomes more challenging. I'm going to elect to go with the young lady in the coral shirt, a gilt that's just a hair more rugged in her structure and offers some more maternal shape. And in fourth is going to be the young lady's dark gilt that just wants to get plainer when you study her down her top, and when you get in behind her, comes on the frailest feature of bone. Let's give these kids a big round of applause.
First place and congratulations goes to Kayla Moore. Second place, Eliza Tragesser. Third place, Bristol Condor. And fourth place, Kinley Wright. We'll now be showing for champion Hereford Gilt. Our exhibitor from the January class is Spencer Buchanan, and from the December class, Kayla Moore.
A congratulations to these kids for winning their class. For me, it's the December gilt that really exhibits the most quality. Let's give her a big round of applause. I think it becomes more challenging for reserve, but the one that I think offers more unique pieces is the really stout skulled, big bladed gilt that was second in that December class. She'll be your reserve gilt.
Congratulations goes to Kayla Moore with the champion Hereford Gilt, and congratulations to Eliza Tragesser, reserve champion Hereford Gilt. Now entering the ring is our class of Landrace gilts. These are December gilts. Exhibitors in this class are Sawyer Young and Emmett Young.
Not to feel like I'm speed racing through these gilts, but I've already seen these land races in the homegrown division, and one of them was your champion, so it ruins the end of my story here. She's going to go ahead and be your champion land race gilt, and I asked these young men if these were litter mates, and they sure are. I think the one that wins just comes so much squarer in her chest and knee. She is the big-ribbed, powerful gilt, who really is good quality as you study her out through her hip, really stout-boned. I grew up showing land races. I still raise land races, and I think that's one that offers a lot of quality. Congratulations to the young man. To take nothing away from the littermate sister, she's the more refined, one that comes with more extension ahead of her blade. She's longer pattern. She just doesn't come with the extras of mass and power in terms of a centered body. Let's give those boys a big round of applause.
Congratulations goes to Sawyer Young with the champion Landrace Gilt, and congratulations to Emmett Young, reserve champion Landrace Gilt. Now entering the ring is our pole and gilt class. This is a December class. Our exhibitor in this class is Kinley Cupper.
A single entry Poland, and she's got some unique pieces. She's got humongous hind leg, a really big blade. I'd like to pry her apart at the top side of her blade just to give her more genuine width there. I'd like to set her back in her blade. She wants to get more stilty and upright in her blade and knee as you study her. Pull her apart in her rib and center body just to make it match the mass and power she's got through her hip and hind leg, but I think an attractive gilt. Let's give this young lady a big round of applause.
Congratulations to Kinley Cupper with the champion Poland gilt. Now entering the ring is our spot gilt class. These are December gilts. Exhibitors in this class are Henry Ferguson, Jason Keller, Oliver Goff, and Avery Michael. This is our December spot gilt class.
Talked a little bit about breeding hogs and my breed history. When I married my husband, I came into it with a love of Landrace and Hampshires, and he is what you would call a spotted enthusiast. And so I have been working on it for 8 years, and that is our #1 breed and the one we have the most numbers of. And so I've come to the place that I enjoy looking at them. And I'll tell you, our class winner in here is a good spot gilt. I'd feel pretty happy if I had her in my barn. She comes with a lot of good pieces. That's the young man here in the teal shirt. That's one that's bold and rugged. She's got extension ahead of her blade, and she still does it on a good sound set of running gears. I think that she's a really easy place to start. After that, it gets more challenging. I'm going to elect to go with the young lady in the black shirt here, a gilt that comes too far ahead of her blade, but she's still got a good center body. I'd like to level her up out of her hip, but she's a good maternal, high-performing gilt. The gilt that's going to be third is the young man over here in the plaid shirt. She just comes stouter featured than what does our fourth place gilt, stouter skulled and bolder ribbed. And our young man that's going to be fourth, a gilt that just needs more grow and time, especially need to fix her in terms of her structure and power her up. Great job to those spotted exhibitors.
Congratulations goes to Henry Ferguson with the champion spot gilt. Congratulations to Avery Michael with reserve champion spot gilt. Third place goes to Oliver Goff, and fourth place, Jason Keller. We'll now be getting ready to show Tamworth gilts. There's one exhibitor from the January class, that's Brooklyn Pendle, and one exhibitor from the December class, Evelyn Deck.
We actually have two different class representatives out here, one January gilt and one December gilt. So I just said, let's go ahead and run them out here and just talk them one time. Of all the breeds, I didn't think that I'd have to do the most thinking in the Tamworth gilt drive, but these are two very nice Tamworth gilts. I'll talk about them as individuals before I go ahead and place them. We'll start by talking the January gilt. We saw her in Showmanship, I believe, and that's a really nice gilt. She's really clean up there ahead of her blade, very chiseled in her jawline, has a great shape to her top, ditched out there, great shape to her rib, great shape to her hip. You know, if I want to get critical of her, it's probably where she places her hock. She's starting to push the bounds of what her skeleton can handle, and yet she's not unsound, she's just maybe not the most aesthetic in where she sets her hock. The December gilt, she is a big mama. She is big, stout skulled, tall shouldered, long patterned. She's probably pushing where she needs to be just in terms of time and condition. You could about drop her into a crate here in a month and she'd probably be okay. She's a big girl. So maturity is not necessarily on her side. Where I get critical on her is out of her hip. She wants to get tighter step in there, wants to get tighter and more restricted in her hock in a different way. She actually causes me some concern on her right hind leg, really wants to get ouchy there and then wants to close in more. So from that standpoint, I'm going to go ahead and side with the fresher sounder gilt in the young ladies. January for champion, and the December will be your reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations goes to Brooklyn Pendle with the champion Tamworth gilt, and congratulations to Evelyn Deck, reserve champion Tamworth gilt. Now entering the ring will be our Yorkshire gilt. We have one exhibitor in this class. This is the January. Our exhibitor is Eli Arthur.
A quality representative out of our January class, a gilt that's got a lot more miles on her left to go and a lot more frame to grow up. I think that she's a good, attractive gilt that gets out here in motors well. I'd love to see her in a month with just a little bit more grow and time and maturity. Probably will clean up her head a little bit, but just being a kind of small scald, she's always going to have just a little bit of chuffiness there, but study her blade back, and I think she's very nice quality. Congratulations, young man.
Congratulations to Eli Arthur with the January Yorkshire gilt. Now entering the ring is our December class of Yorkshire gilts. Exhibitors in this class are Leah Stengel, Maren Winkler, Reese Pendle, and Grace Rudisell. Now showing our December class of Yorkshire gilts.
Just a very high quality gilt to go ahead and start this class, and that's the young lady in the black shirt. That gilt is a really, really nice Yorkshire female, very stout in her blade, attractive when you get in behind her, really offers you a great shape to her rib and good square build when you study her ground up. I think a very good representative. I actually think it's quite challenging when you go from there and a decision, do you tie into the gilt that most matches her in terms of maturity pattern? Is there a better structured one out here? And I think that's up for debate. There's a lot of good in that big gilt. Maybe I don't love her up front, but there's some interesting pieces in this gilt over here. I'm going to elect to go ahead and use the big gilt for a second, as I think she most closely matches what I do with my class winner, not just from size, but when you study her in terms of her top side shape, rib, center, body, and hip when you get in behind her. She wants to get a little stilty up front, a little stilty when you study her through her knee. In third place is is going to be the young lady's gilt right here. She comes with more mass and power, but she wants to round too much for me in terms of her shape, especially out of her hip, wants to close up more at the ground. The young lady's gilt that's going to be fourth, you can appreciate how tall fronted she is and how extended she is ahead of her blade. She just doesn't come with enough. She's the more two-dimensional gilt that gets the frailest and the narrowest at the ground. Let's give those kids a big round of applause.
First place and congratulations goes to Reese Pendle. Second place, Grace Rudisel. Third place, Leah Stengel. And fourth place, Maren Winkle. We'll now be showing for champion Yorkshire gilt. From our January class, our exhibitor is Eli Arthur. And from our December class, our exhibitor is Reese Pendle.
Talked both of these gilts in their particular class as being very high quality, and I think that they are. I think there's one for me that just has those extras of being really tall fronted, really extended ahead of her blade, very sound, and coming with the extras of just being really stout featured. I think she offers a lot of breeding quality and versatility. The young lady's older gilt's going to go ahead and be your champion Yorkshire. Drop in the second in that class, and a gilt that I think is very productive and production-oriented, maybe reads more generic for me, and she is more unsure of herself on her front skeleton. She wants to get a little touchy there on her front feet. I guess for me, the next high-quality gilt is going to be the young man's gilt here. I think she offers a lot, and like I said, I'd be very curious to see her in a month where she matures. She just doesn't have those extras of height and extension in terms of her front skeleton. Very nice gilt. Let's give those kids a big round of applause.
Congratulations goes to Reese Pendle with our champion Yorkshire gilt, and congratulations to Eli Arthur with our reserve champion Yorkshire gilt. Now entering the ring is our first class of crossbred gilts. Exhibitors in this class are Emery Sears, Benjamin Pauley, Kinley Wright, Betsy Moore, Bailey Moore, and Bristol Condor. Animals in this class range in weight from 169 to 226. This is our first class of crossbred gilts.
as we work on into our Crossbred show, our class winners wanting to give up on us. That's the young lady over here in the Aztec print shirt. This gilt, I think, just offers you the most positives coming at you. She's the squarest chested and the squarest going away. I could soften her through her center body, but she offers you an attractive look on the side. I believe we saw this gilt in second in our homegrown division, and a gilt I talked about having a lot of advantages. She's fancy when you study her head of her blade. She does want to rock forward there, though, and she gets pretty hard in terms of her muscle shape, down her top and out through her hip. I'd actually like to soften her there just to make her especially more flexible out of her hip. The young lady's gilt in third gives up a lot in terms of muscle shape, but she gains some in terms of structural integrity. Better off either end of her skeleton than either of the gilts out here. In fourth place is the young lady's really stout, rugged featured gilt that really wants to run downhill, roll forward in her blade, and close up there in her chest. She just comes smaller faced, and that just correlates through the rest of her bone work. The young, real little gilt out here, I guess I shouldn't say young, but the small gilt out here is in fifth place, and she's another one that really wants to push too far forward in her blade and tuck her hip, just becomes too moderate. But there's some interesting pieces about her. I just need to loosen her up, give her some more growth and maturity probably to compete with the gilts out here. And then our gilts in 5 and 6 are just our harder featured, narrow constructed, frailer gilts. Let's give these kids a big round of applause as we work into our second class of crossbreds.
First place and congratulations goes to Bailey Moore. Second place, Betsy Moore. Third place, Kinley Wright. Fourth place, Bristol Conder. Fifth place, Emery Sears. Sixth place, Benjamin Pauley. And seventh place, Benjamin Pauley. Now entering the ring is our second class of crossbred gilts. The exhibitors in this class are McCoy Vinsel, Raylan Fleener, Wes Cowden, Easton Arthur, Leona Fair, and Embry Chilton. Animals in this class range in weight from 230 to 239. This is our second class of crossbred gilts.
the quality really cranked up here in this weight division, and the top two in this class are really nice crossbred gilts. For me, it's going to come down to structure and structure alone, because there's things I like about both of them. But the young ladies gilt's going to go ahead and be your class winner. A super stout featured gilt that can go for days. She is presented immaculately, and her hip and hind leg structure is darn near perfect. I think there's a lot of exciting things about that gilt, and I assume that she's geared for Indy, and I think that she'll be very exciting in August. The young man's gilt, I like a bunch. I think when she drives at you, she is awesome in her chest and awesome in her blade. Her undoing is her hip, and when you get in behind her, she's tighter she's tighter in the construction of her hip, and thus gets tighter out of her hock and out of her pastern. The more she breaks down out here for him, the worse it gets. But I think hip forward, there's just a ton of pieces to love in that gilt. A really rugged gilt that's going to be third, and taking nothing away from her. Had she fallen in the last class, she would have had an easier time winning the class. She just runs into tremendous quality in 1 and 2, but still a lot to like about a really tough structured gilt. The gilt that comes out of 4, another one that I think you can like a lot about. I like the shape to her center body. I like the amount of mass and power she's got when you get in behind her. I think she's a little bit more generic in terms of her head, and I think she just doesn't have that extra flex and bendy hind leg, extra comfortable set up front. The young man's gilt that comes out next, she just gets quite a bit plainer as you study her at the top side of her blade, and from there, she's just not as comfortable in her skeleton as those ahead of her. And the young lady's gilt that closes the class is just our more two-dimensional gilt that closes up quite a bit more at the ground. A big congratulations to those kids in that second class.
First place and congratulations goes to Raylan Fleener. Second place, Easton Arthur. Third place, Embry Chilton. Fourth place, McCoy Vinsel. Fifth place, Wes Cowden. And sixth place, Leona Fair. We'll now be showing our third class of crossbred gilts. Exhibitors in this class are Abigail Pauley, Ellie Fleener, Kinley Wright, Brooklyn Pendle, and Raylan Fleener. Animals in this class range in weight from 240 to 249.
Again, there's a gilt for me that just runs away with this class, and that's the young lady's belted gilt right here. Really well presented, really attractive, sound, flexible gilt. We'll love to talk about her more as we get into our crossbred gilt drive. From there, 2 and 3 probably gets a little bit tighter for me. I'm going to elect to use the young lady in the yellow's heavier eared gilt. I think she just comes more pried apart at the top side of her blade and with more ribbon center body. Really love her out of her hip shape as well. The young lady here in the kind of paisley print shirt, I love this gilt on the profile. She's just not there in terms of her ribbon center body and that extra drop to her center. She wants to close and funnel more as you study her there in from the ground. I think things get close then as we start to close our class in 4 and 5. 2 gilts that come with more structural concerns. The one that handles their structure better is the young lady's blue gilt. She's probably plainer and just more generic, but she handles her front skeleton even though she's pushed too far forward better than our black gilt, who really is too far down on her pasterns out here, really struggling and hurting up in her front skeleton. You can appreciate the shape she has down her top, and when you get in behind her, just need to fix her there. Let's give those kids a big round of applause.
First place and congratulations goes to Brooklyn Pendle. Second place, Raylan Fleener. Third place, Abigail Pauley. Fourth place, Kinley Wright. And fifth place, Ellie Fleener. Now entering the ring is our 4th class of Crossbred gilts. Exhibitors in this class are Cameron Fegans, Aiden Campbell, Evelyn Deck, Kayla Moore, Langley Hill, Eli Arthur, and Haley Clark. Animals in this class range in weight from 257 to 282.
The best structured gilt that's at the right body condition is going to be the young lady's gilt over here. I think she's the squarest and the most genuine while getting out here and motoring really well. She's probably starting to push it back there in her flank, just how full she is, but I like a lot of things about her. 2 and 3 for me gets really challenging. One that I think blends better, one that I think probably is at a better body condition. To be honest with you, the young lady in the blues gilt's just pushing it way too far in terms of condition for me, but she does blend a little better. The other gilt that's on the far end of the ring wants to come apart a little bit more in her blade, so it's a toss-up. I think you can flip a coin. I'm going to go ahead and use the young lady in the blue for second place. I think she's the squarer featured, stouter featured gilt, like I said, just too far past 12 o'clock for me where she's at. The young lady's gilt out here in the black, she was a stronger contender for me as she came out initially. The hotter she gets, the more she breaks down. She comes apart more at the top side of her blade. She needs more rib and center body. The young man that's going to be in 4, hate this for him, and I don't know if it's an injury. She's really hurting off of her front feet, and that's why she's fighting him so bad out here. She's just really, really tender there. I think there's a lot of good pieces to that gilt. She just can't get out here and move. The gilt that's going to follow her, a gilt that patterns well on the profile, but to be honest, she's just too two-dimensional and closed up in her skeleton. The gilt that's going to go ahead and be 6, a really rugged, stout featured gilt, but one that rolls way too far forward in her blade and then rounds out of her hip. And the gilt that's going to close our class, one that's too far down on her front pasterns and then just becomes plainer, especially through the center portion of her body, and wants to taper and close at the ground. A really interesting class of gilts, and congratulations to those individuals.
First place and congratulations goes to Evelyn Deck. Second place, Langley Hill. Third place, Kayla Moore. Fourth place, Eli Arthur. Fifth place, Haley Clark. Sixth place, Aiden Campbell. And seventh place, Cameron Fegans. We'll now be showing our last class of crossbred gilts. Exhibitors in this class are Henry Kane, Reese Pendle, Hudson Clark, Reese Oliver, and Gavin Mobley. Animals in this class range in weight from 286 to 325.
I think a really interesting top set of three, and maybe could be controversial, I guess. All three of them have some issues in my mind, and I'll talk about them as individuals before I place them. The Calico Gilt, I think, is really intriguing. She's got a ginormous stout skull on her, a huge blade, and a really big hip, and she handles her skeleton really well. She's too fat. She needs about 25 pounds pulled back off of her, and she would look her best. The gilt that's right ahead of me, a gilt that they have gotten every amount out of what this gilt is in terms of fit and presentation. The problem is I'm going to call her how I see her. She's just kind of an ugly-headed gilt that really kind of wants to collapse in behind her blade, and is definitely plainer through her rib shape and her center body. It doesn't profile near as well as the other two gilts out here in my mind, but she's got a huge ditch down her top, and she is humongous when you study her in terms of power from behind. The gilt that's probably the best in terms of her body composition, squareness of chest up front, is this gilt that's right here ahead of me. She's also the gilt that struggles the most out of her hip and hind leg. She's really got a lot of power packed in there, and so she wants to splay when you get in behind her and push too far outside of her skeleton. So that's kind of what I'm working with out here, and it really just comes down to personal preference. I like to build them from the ground up, and the ones that I think are the best quality, that's going to be the Calico Gilt. She's going to go ahead and be first. The young man's gilt ahead of me will be second, and the heavy-eared gilt will go ahead and be third. The young man in the blue shirt is going to be fourth with that black gilt. The quality drops off there, and she just doesn't have the mass and power that we see in the hogs ahead of her. Gets quite a bit plainer there. And the same can be said for the young man that's in 5 in the cowboy hat. A gilt that's just more generic and plain. Also needs some condition pulled off her as well. Let's give those kids a big round of applause, and we'll go ahead and sort for your champion crossbred gilt.
First place and congratulations goes to Reese Oliver. Second place, Henry Kane. Third place, Reese Pendle. Fourth place, Hudson Clark. And fifth place, Gavin Mobley. We'll now be showing for champion crossbred gilt. From our first class, our exhibitor is Bailey Moore. From our second class, Raylan Fleener. From our third class, Brooklyn Pendle. From our fourth class, Evelyn Deck. And from our fifth class, Reese Oliver. Now showing for champion crossbred gilt.
Let's give a big congratulations to all these class winners out here. I know I've talked to them in class, but I'll take a brief minute to highlight their positives and talk about some of the concerns in my mind, and I'll just do it in the order of class best I remember. The young lady's first class winner out here, I think an attractive gilt. She just doesn't come out here with the structural caliber that we've got in some other gilts, and I think she just needs quite a bit more power and stoutness throughout in order to compete. The gilt that came out of the second class, I talked about her skeleton on that thing is impeccable. She's probably not where we are with some other gilts in terms of muscle shape yet. She could have a bigger top and just be more powerful there, but I still think there's a lot of really good in that gilt. The gilt that came out of the next class, the young lady over here, I think a gilt that's really tall fronted and extended ahead of her blade. She's not as stout structured as the gilt in the class ahead of her, and she probably is not just as comfortable and flexible out of her hind leg as that gilt is, but she comes with more mass and spread up high. She comes with more power when you get in behind her. The gilt that came out of the fourth class, a gilt that I think has a lot of good. She's really starting to break down out here, really starting to get kind of pounding off either end of her skeleton, but you want to talk about a big top and a really stout hind end, really big maternal center body. Talked about the big gilt out here. I think one that's got a lot of really unique pieces. She's got real big legs and she's got a big head. I think she's plenty old and she's plenty mature and she's got plenty of cover out here. I know it's hot, so I'm not going to take any more time. I'm sure there are going to be crowd favorites. I guess for me, there's one that I think is the most hard to make, and that's the young lady in the yellow shirt. We dropped the second in out of that class, and she sure deserves a fair shake out here. That was probably the toughest class of the crossbred division. She comes out here, and she certainly fits, and I guess for me, she becomes a tight contender between the gilt over here that we talked about. She probably comes fresher down her top, wants to close a little bit more from behind, but I think that added freshness and look, I'm going to keep those gilts together. She'll be your reserve champion crossbred gilt.
Congratulations goes to Raylan Fleener with the champion crossbred gilt, and congratulations to Easton Arthur with reserve champion crossbred gilt. Attention in the swine barn, I need Abigail Pendle with your champion Berkshire gilt to the makeup ring. All right, we're getting ready to show for the grand drive on the gilts. We're going to place the grand, reserve, third overall, fourth overall, and fifth overall. We're getting ready to get all the animals up here. When we go to call them into the ring, I'll call out the breed and the exhibitor's name, and we'll bring them into the ring by each breed so everyone can see the different breeds and what they look like. Okay, I think we're ready. All right, exhibitors that are in the pens, if I call out your breed and the ringmen aren't to your gate yet, go ahead and open up, but we're going to call them out in order. All right, so from the Berkshire class, our exhibitor is Abigail Pendle. From the Chester White class, our exhibitor is Henry Ferguson. From the Duroc class is Brooklyn Pendle. From the Hampshire class, exhibitor is Reese Oliver. From the Hereford class, our exhibitor is Kayla Moore. From the Landrace class, Sawyer Young. From the Poland class, Kinley Cupper. From the Spot class, Henry Ferguson. From the Tamworth class, Brooklyn Pendle. From the Yorkshire class, Reese Pendle. And from the Crossbred class, Raylan Fleener. Now showing for Grand Champion Gilt. Attention in the swine barn. I need all reserve champion gilts. All reserve champion gilts to the makeup ring.
Well, first of all, I want to say that I think the breed representatives out here are very high quality, and you should be very proud as a county that there are such high quality breed representatives out here, and it's been a really solid gilt show. I'm sure the Barrow show will be the same. So let's give these kids a big round of applause. Hey, look, there were good gilts that weren't out here, and that crossbred division was tough. And, you know, it comes down to what I can be comfortable with driving home. And I was talking to Ring Help over here, and he said, this is the part where one family's going to love you and the rest of them might not. And I said, yeah. And he goes, and do you care? I said, can't. And so it's got to be what I'm comfortable with. And the ones, honestly, what makes judging a gilt show fun is who would you buy? Who would you take home? What would you put into your own operation? That's what's different from judging a gilt show to a Barrow show, is that hopefully these girls get to have a life and they get to generate and you get to see what comes out of them. So from that standpoint, that's how I'm going to pick them. The ones that I would take home, the ones that I think are super cool and are the hardest to make. From that standpoint, I know she's not the biggest. That crossbred's a good gilt. And to be honest with you, I'm going to catch the next second highest caliber gilt before she breaks down. I like the spotted gilt. Yorkshire is going to be your third for me. I think that's a really high caliber gilt as well. Fourth for me is the Tamworth gilt. And then it gets really tight between fifth. I think this reserve crossbred is in contention. I think the Duroc gilt is in contention. I think the Chester gilt is in contention. You kind of got to take them breed for breed and what's here. But unfortunately, that crossbred gilt's breaking down too much. I'm going to use the Duroc for fifth overall. Congratulations to all these gilt exhibitors. It's been a really nice show. Looking forward to sorting the barrows.
Attention in the barn. We're going to take a 15-minute break to do photos. After that, we'll be doing our senior members, 10-year members, officer team, and awards. So we're going to take a 15-minute break. It's 7 o'clock, so at 7:15, we'll be ready to do all the recognitions. All right, congratulations to Raylan Fleener, Grand Champion Gilt with her cross. Reserve Grand goes to Henry Ferguson with his spot. Third runner-up is Reese Pendle with her York. Fourth place is Brooklyn Pendle with her Tamworth. And fifth place is Brooklyn Pendle with her Duroc. All right, we're going to take a 15-minute break so they can do photos for the top five. So it's 7 o'clock. We'll be back up here at 7:15, and when we return, we'll do our senior members, 10-year members, officer team. If you're looking something good to eat or drink, I highly recommend the Junior Leader food stand right back here behind the bleachers. A lot of the kids in the club are in Junior Leaders, and the money raised there helps to go for their junior leader trip. So we'll be back in 15 minutes. David Barrow, if you're out here, could you come up to the ring for pictures? David Barrow, can you come to the ring for a picture?
Okay, we're going to go ahead and get our awards ceremony started. I just want to thank everybody for coming out today. These kids put a lot of hard work into their projects. Their parents put a lot of hard work into their projects, and definitely financially they do as well. So we would like to first off just give all of our members and their families a big round of applause for all the hard work they do for them throughout the year. So our first awards tonight is going to be given out to our 10-year senior members. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to call their name. They're going to get their award, and we're going to let them tell you what their plans are after 4-H. So our first 10-year member is Sarah Carnegie.
Hello, everyone. So my plans after 4-H are to attend USI this fall and major in nursing.
Our next 10-year member is Haley Clark.
I don't really have any plans after 4-H, but I graduated early, and I plan to continue working. So,
our next 10-year member is Ellie Livingston.
Hi, my name's Ellie. My plans after this year are to go to the University of Kentucky and major in marketing.
Next 10-year member is Kayla Moore.
My plans after 4-H is to go to IU Indy and study sonography.
Then we have Reese Oliver as our next 10-year member.
Hi, I'm going to Vincennes University as a direct admit into the nursing program.
Our next 10-year member is Hunter Olson.
I'm going to Purdue for ag education.
Next 10-year member we have is Reese Pendle.
Hi, my name's Reese. I'm going to IU in the fall to study biology.
And our final 10-year member is Ty Webb. And he is going to be so excited because last year he got a really big bag and he said, Brandy, I can fit my whole room in that bag. So this year he got a little bit of a downsize. So he's going to be so excited to be able to take that places this year.
I am. I'm Ty. I'm going to IU next year for business management.
So next we have our senior members. The first one is Lydia Conder.
Hi, my name's Lydia. I'm going to IU in the fall to study criminal justice.
Our next senior member is Wes Cowden.
My name is Wes, and I'm going to Local 136 to be a pipe fitter.
Our next senior member is Harper Lawrence.
Can you hear me? I am going to Ivy Tech to do elementary education.
Our next senior member is Tatum Jones.
Hello, my plan is to pursue real estate and then eventually go into interior design.
We have one more senior member that isn't with us tonight, and his name is Joe Tatman. So if you would give everybody a round of applause. This is your 10-year senior members. Thank you, guys. Next, we're going to recognize our officers. Yeah, unless you're an officer. Where's Charlie? I'm sorry. If you had another idea, do it. I could call him back, I guess. Okay. That's a good idea, though. Okay. So up here we have our officers. Our president this year was Harper Lawrence. Our vice president was Ty Webb. Our secretary was Bailey Moore. Our treasurer was Tyler Campbell. And our recreation leader was Charlie Monroe. We just want to give them special recognition to all of our outstanding youth officers this year. They have each put in countless hours and effort into making our club run efficiently so that all the Swine Club members get the best possible experience, learn, and have fun all year. We can't thank them enough for their hard work, dedication to our club. We have these small gifts for them to show our appreciation in everything they have done and continue to do. So now they can travel and take their makeup and their shaving products and different things like that with them. Please give them a round of applause because they are extremely outstanding individuals. We couldn't have done this year without them. They were in the trenches planning, being at all of our events and making sure that they ran the way that they should, and I'm extremely proud of them. Thank you guys. I appreciate it, and good luck to your future. As most of you are moving on, but a couple. Thank you. Yeah, did you do your stuff? Our next award is for Outstanding Leader. The Monroe County 4-H Swine Club Outstanding Leadership Award is an award voted on by adult volunteer leaders and is given to a 4-H'er who exemplifies significant leadership skills such as the ability to lead and guide other 4-H and swine members, has promoted teamwork and collaboration, has worked behind the scenes to improve the swine club as a whole, and who has consistently done so with a positive attitude, positively influence others to do their best, and is always here to lend a helping hand. And we are so proud to give this award today to Harper Lawrence. And now she'll have a nice seat to sit in for the rest of the show. Our next award is for our Herdsman Award. The Herdsman Award is an award that allows swine club members to take a test with 5 different categories, including but not limited to breed recognition, gestation, meat cuts, and ear notches to test their knowledge of the swine species. The Herdsman Award is given to a swine club member who, through this test, demonstrates outstanding animal husbandry and welfare. While herdsmanship duties are a primary responsibility of all of our livestock exhibitors, the member awarded this award goes above and beyond throughout the year and during Fair Week to care for their animals and learn more about the species they are exhibiting. The herdsman is also eager to learn about the swine project or the pork industry, and someone who has positively represents and promotes the Monroe County 4-H program. Our test this year was compiled of questions of our meetings. So every meeting there is a lesson that is given. And the questions we're taking from those meetings. And so this person only missed 1 question on the whole test. So that's pretty impressive. And we are so excited to give this award today to Jace Redden. He cannot be here with us today, but his brother is accepting this award on his behalf. I will tell you that we had several members take this test, and I'm extremely proud of all of them because it was a close race. The person that came in behind Jace was only missed 2. And then it kind of proceeded that way throughout the whole test. So it was an extremely close race, and I'm really thankful that they are learning something when they come to our meetings. So give Jace a round of applause. Our next award is called the Mental Attitude Award. The Mental Attitude Award honors an individual who consistently demonstrates exceptional character, resilience, and positive outlook, regardless of the challenges they face. This award recognizes a person who leads by example, uplifts those around them, and approaches every situation with integrity, humility, and unwavering determination. Their mental strength, commitment to personal growth, and dedication to the well-being of others set them apart as a true role model. This award celebrates not just achievements, but the spirit and attitude that inspire greatness in others. We are very proud to give this award to Bailey Moore this year. We also have an honorary Mental Attitude Award. Oh, sorry. Actually, this is an honorary Outstanding Leader Award, and this goes to Tyler Campbell because she has been so helpful throughout this process as well, and it was very tough to pick between our officers because they are just that exceptional. And that concludes our award ceremony, and we will get back to the Barrow Show. Thank you.
All right, for everyone here in the stands, and if anyone's just joined us, we're getting ready to start the Barrow Show. We're calling up the first class. They'll be up here to the makeup ring in just a second. Now entering the ring is our first class. This is the Home Farm Born Barrows. These animals are raised by the 4-H'ers. They're born and raised on their farm. Exhibitors in this class are Mabel Young, Joanna Fansler, and Emmett Young. All right, there is a correction. We've got 3 more coming in. I don't have all the names, but we do have 6 animals in this class.
Some nice entries out here for our home-raised hogs, and I asked the young man if the Landraces out here were littermates to the Landraces that were out here in the gilt division, and he said yes, ma'am. And I would say that's a pretty consistent and high-quality litter that generated for the young man, because his barrow is going to be champion and the other barrow is going to be reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Emmett Young with the champion home farm born, and congratulations to Mabel with the reserve champion. Now entering the ring is our first class of Berkshire Barrows. Exhibitors in this class are Wellston Mullis, Kensley Moore, Waylon Van Devender, Betsy Moore, Easton Arthur, Layla Quimby, and Langley Hill, showing our first class of Berkshire Barrows. Animals in this class range in weight from 213 to 265. For anyone wanting photos of this evening's show, go to EK Brand Collective. They've got free downloads all this week. EK Brand is out here in the ring taking photographs of the show and have free downloads this week. Also, all the shows up here in the ring are live streaming. If you go to Facebook, it's Monroe County 4-H Purdue Extension. If you go to YouTube, it's Monroe County 4-H Youth Development. Live streaming of all the shows here in the ring. Facebook is Monroe County 4-H Purdue Extension, and YouTube is Monroe County 4-H Youth Development.
A really nice class of Berkshire Barrows to kick off with, and actually a lot of sort up here at the top end. And I think it's tight for me, but the barrow I like the best end to end is the young lady's barrow right here in the blue. I'd like to clean him up in his flank. He's getting chuffy there for me, but as we'll talk about the second place barrow, he's got his own issues. He's the tall fronted barrow that's so chiseled and clean in his jawline. He is monstrous when he drives at you, and his chest floor has a tremendous amount of shape when you get over top of him. The young man's barrow is going to go ahead and be second, and you like a lot of things about him. He comes a little bit more moderate in his frame size. He's smaller in his foot. He is not quite as explosive when you get in behind him as the barrow that we win with, but I do think he's cleaner in his composition, especially back there through his flank. The barrow that's going to go ahead and be third, he too is a really big topped barrow and one that comes with a lot of power. Again, composition becomes his undoing. He's chuffier there through his throat, carries more condition there through his flank. The young man's barrow that comes out next in four. You know, in a lot of classes and a lot of county fairs, he'd still be an all right barrow for sure. He's extended ahead of his blade. He's got a big old top blade in him. He just doesn't come with the mass and power and those extras that we have in the hogs up high. Kind of the same can be said for this barrow. He's good looking on the side. He just comes as so many Berkshires do. Chuffier there through his throat and closes up more at the base of his skeleton. The two hogs that wind up in 6 and 7 in this class, manage themselves fine in terms of structure. They just close too much at the base of their skeleton and plane up in terms of their muscle shape. Let's give those kids a big round of applause.
First place and congratulations goes to Langley Hill. Second place, Layla Quimby. Third place, Easton Arthur. Fourth place, Waylon Van Devender. Fifth place, Betsy Moore. Sixth place, Kensley Moore, and seventh place, Wellston Mullis. Now entering the ring is our second class of Berkshire Barrows. Exhibitors in this class are Reese Pendle, Joanna Fansler, Isaiah Goff, Jamison Roeder, Trevor Durnall, Lydia Conder, and Joanna Fansler. Our second class of Berkshire Barrows. Animals in this class range in weight from 275 to 307.
The challenge in this class is not finding first place. It's sorting 2 through 7. First place has to be the young lady in the black shirt. That's a heck of a Barrow. He's real good. To be critical on him, I could power him up when I get in behind him, especially there at the base of his ham. But I think you study him throughout, and he's built good. He's fed good. That's a nice Barrow. The Barrows 2, 3, and 4, I think, are really close. They're the next hogs that come with some presence and some muscle. The young man in the black shirt's going to be second. That Barrow's a little taller shouldered, comes with more mass and shape up high and from behind. The young man that's going to be in third, a Barrow that wants to rock farther forward in his blade and close up more when you get in behind him. The Barrow that comes out next and fourth, he's another big top Barrow, just one that's pushing the bounds in terms of how much cover. He's getting especially fuller there back through his flank. The young man that comes out in fifth has another one that I question just in terms of his composition, starting to get plainer and carry more condition. And the same can be said for 6 and 7, fatter hogs that just come plainer and more two-dimensional through their skeleton and their muscle shape. A big congratulations to these individuals, and we'll sort for your champion Berkshire Barrow.
First place and congratulations goes to Reese Pindle. Second place, Trevor Durnall. Third place, Isaiah Goff. Fourth place, Joanna Fansler. Fifth place, Jamison Roeder. Sixth place, Joanna Fansler. And seventh place, Lydia Condor. We'll now be showing for champion Berkshire Barrow. From Class 1, our exhibitor is Langley Hill. And from Class 2, Reese Pendle.
Well, I have to say that's a really good Berkshire drive between the two of these Barrows out here, and those are two very high caliber Berkshire Barrows. To talk about them individually, the Barrow that just came out of class, I think he's so good in his skeleton, and he's loose and he's flexible. You know, I said I could power him up, especially there at the base of his ham. You could pull him apart when you get in behind his blade, and that's where the Barrow that came out of the first class excels. He is wide in his chest floor, he's big topped, bold behind his blade, and he's got a monster hip. I talked about him being a little chuffy back there through his flank. You read him everywhere else. He doesn't read too fat in my mind, but I think that they're both two very high caliber Barrows. I'm going to go ahead and tie into that monster over here. Dropped the second place out of that class, and that's another very good Berkshire Barrow. Talked about him. He comes quite a bit more moderate. Berkshires must be the county fair hog of the year. I judged a county fair in Indiana a couple weeks ago, and there was more Berkshires than anything else. And these are really good. Like, this is a really good way to start this Barrow show. And all three of them are high caliber. I'm going to tie into the young lady in the black shirt for reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations goes to Langley Hill with the champion Berkshire Barrow, and congratulations to Reese Pendle with reserve champion Berkshire Barrow. Now entering the ring is our Chester White Barrow class. Exhibitors in this class are Raylan Fleener, Kinley Cupper, Elena Quimby, and J. Ty Webb. Animals in this class range in weight from 235 to 290.
If we keep a top end in all the breeds like we've had so far in the Berkshires and the Chesters, we'll be okay. Our top two barrows in this class are really good Chester barrows, and neither of them are perfect, but they both have a great shape to their top and a good look on the side. You can get nitpicky on the structure of their hip and how they take their step out of their hind leg. The one I'm going to lay into is going to be the young lady right here in the black shirt. I like the length and extension ahead of this barrow's blade. Monstrous top in this guy, and he stays super stout and square through his pin set when you get in behind him. The young lady in the yellow shirt is going to go ahead and be reserve, and that's just a more moderate, a little more jammed up, smaller skulled type of hog. He naturally wants to rock just a hair forward in his blade and tuck his hip just a hair, taper ever so slight when you get in behind him. Just doesn't want to take as long of a stride as the barrow that wins that particular class. Things get a little tougher here between 3 and 4. I'm going to go ahead and land on the young man's barrow to be third, just a taller fronted, longer bodied type of barrow, and we're going to keep the shorter coupled barrow that wants to get down on his front pasterns and just come out of his hip harder in fourth. Congratulations to our Chester exhibitors.
Congratulations goes to Elena Quimby with champion Chester White Barrow, and congratulations to Raylan Fleener, reserve champion Chester White Barrow. Third place goes to J. Ty Webb, and fourth place goes to Kinley Cupper. Now entering the ring is our first class of Duroc barrows. Exhibitors in this class are Jason Keller, Harlan Van Devender, Maggie Zeich, Henry Kane, Raylan Fleener, Sarah Carnegie, and Hannah Crane. This is our first class of Duroc barrows. Animals in this class range in weight from 167 to 271.
A real nice complete type of Duroc barrow to start with, and the young lady with the yellow shirt, tall fronted, great look from the side, and really just a nice complete muscle pattern, not too much, keeps that skeleton well intact. The barrow that's probably pushing the bounds as to having too much is the young man's barrow right here. You love him coming at you. He's monstrous in his chest floor, lays a huge top in him. He's got too much and too wound up in his hip there, causes him to really push and paddle and waddle when you get in behind him. The young man that's going to go ahead and be 3 in the blue shirt here, that's a really rough structured, tough structured, rugged type of Duroc barrow. He's not as fresh in his muscle as the 2 ahead of him. The young lady that comes out in 4, she's got a Duroc barrow with a lot of muscle and shape. The problem is his skeleton can't handle it, and so that becomes a bigger concern for him. He really wants to push outside of his skeleton when you get in behind him. Structure becomes a concern as well on the young lady that's coming out of 5. That hog wants to get quite a bit shallower in his chest and taper in at the ground, has a lot of concern in the angle to his hip. 6 and 7 are more two-dimensional hogs that get frailer in their feature, lighter in their weight, and just don't offer as many terminal incentives. Let's give those kids a big round of applause.
First place, congratulations, goes to Raylan Fleener. Second place, Henry Kane. Third place, Harlan Van Devender. Fourth place, Maggie Zeik. Fifth place, Sarah Carnegie. Sixth place, Hannah Crane. And seventh place, Jason Keller. Now entering the ring is our second class of Duroc barrows. Exhibitors in this class are Molly Zeik, Emery Sears, Madison Zeik, Abigail Pendle, Allison Lisby, and Henry Ferguson. Animals in this class range in weight from 280 to 295. This is our second class of Duroc barrows.
A couple really nice hogs at the top end of this class. The real burly monster in this class is the young man in the teal shirt. That hog's got a huge top, and he gets out here and he manages it really well. The real tall fronted, cool looking one from the side is the young lady in the black shirt. This guy gets really down on his pasterns on all 4. He comes hollower through his center body, doesn't have the power and mass that we get of that barrow that wins this class. Another big top barrow, one that's reading farther along along in terms of his composition. He's just getting too fat and closes up too much at the ground. 4 and 5 are very similar type of barrows, ones that get harder and more tubular through their center body, read narrower and plainer through their chest, and as you study them at the ground. And the barrow that comes out of 6, just pushing the line in terms of cover and condition in this class today. He just gets too plain. Congratulations to our top 2 in this class. Those are nice barrows.
First place and congratulations goes to Henry Ferguson. Second place, Abigail Pendle. Third place, Emery Sears. Fourth place, Molly Zeich. Fifth place, Madison Zeich. And sixth place, Allison Lisby. We'll now be showing our third class of Duroc barrows. Exhibitors in this class are Luke Conder, Kinley Wright, Charlie Monroe, Lydia Conder, Zane Campbell, and Leah Stengel. Now showing our third class. Animals in this class range in weight from 304 to 338.
In terms of a market show, we are reaching just really, really big weights. All of these guys are too far past their endpoint, plus 300 pounds, working up into 350 or wherever the top end of our weight limit is. And so composition kind of has to go out the window because they're all too heavy conditioned. And from there, just looking at build and structure, the young lady in the black shirt's going to go ahead and win this class. I think it's very tight between 2 and 3 for me. Second place is going to be the young lady in the Aztec shirt over here. I think the next best barrow in terms of muscle composition and structure. The young lady in the pink shirt's got a barrow that has a nice shape up high. He wants to get too wide and push the bounds of his skeleton when you get in behind him. The young man that's going to come out of the fourth pen has a barrow that just pushes too far forward in his blade, wants to tuck his hip up underneath him, becomes concerning from that standpoint. And the barrows in 5 and 6 progressively just become plainer in their muscle shape up high, and when you get in behind them as compared to those at the top end of the class. Let's give those kids a big round of applause, and we'll drive for your champion Duroc barrow.
First place and congratulations goes to Lydia Conder. Second place, Leah Stengel. Third place, Kinley Wright. Fourth place, Zane Campbell. Fifth place, Luke Conder. And sixth place, Charlie Monroe. Will now be showing for champion and reserve champion Duroc barrow. From Class 1 are exhibitors Raylan Fleener. From Class 2, Henry Ferguson. And from Class 3, Lydia Conder.
A big congratulations to your Duroc exhibitors. Some really nice barrows out here. The barrow that comes out of the young class is really, really super attractive and flexible. You really just have to appreciate his skeleton. The barrow that comes out of the second class is an absolute beast in terms of muscle. You get over top of him and he's just got a giant back, and he's so powerful when you get in behind him. Heads up, he looks really good as well. And the barrow that comes out of the heavy class, I think falls in with him. We talked about him just being too far along in terms of his composition, so it really comes down to the barrows out of the light class and the medium class. I know that barrow, the medium class, he starts to fight the young man, and you watch him there, but you get his head up and you look at him on the profile. He's an absolute monster. I'm going to go ahead and use him. Drop the barrow that's second out of that class back into the ring. And you love how tall fronted and extended he is. I talked about my concerns with him being so broken down and squishy footed on all four pasterns. I also don't know that he reads the freshest out here compared to the youngest barrow or the lightest weight barrow. I think this guy is just so much more fresh when you study him up high, offers more integrity on his pasterns. Reserve will go to the young lady in the yellow.
Congratulations goes to Henry Ferguson with the champion Duroc barrow, and congratulations to Raylan Fleener, reserve champion Duroc barrow. Now entering the ring is our first class of Hampshire barrows. Exhibitors in this class are Elias Tragesser, Tyler Campbell, Knox Prince, Tatum Jones, and Jacob Hovius is our first class of Hampshire barrows. Animals in this class range in weight from 200 to 253.
Our first class of Hampshires presents a few more challenges as to where to go, because to get build and muscle in the same package is just not going to happen out here in this particular class. And so I got to kind of go middle of the road, and I'm going to go with the good built Barrow, which is the young man right here in the teal shirt. That's the tall fronted Barrow, who I'm going to call good enough in terms of muscle. Sure, I would love to see more in there, but he is by far the best built hog in this class. Second's going to be the muscled Barrow, and that's the young lady in the pink. That's a much more moderate Barrow that comes with a lot more muscle shape and spread out of the backside of his blade and through his hip. The problem is it's a bit too much muscle for his skeleton, and he just doesn't handle it the best. The young lady right here in the black paisley shirt is going to go ahead and be third, and that's a hog that offers some dimension as you study him through his hip. He just gets too hollow right there outside of the backside of his blade. He just needs so much more in the center portion of his body. Fourth place is going to be the young lady right ahead of me in the striped shirt. Again, a hog that just needs more as you study him out of the backside of his blade. He needs to be cracked open there and wider at the base of his skeleton. And the same can be said for our young man who's going to close the class. Just a hog that becomes too two-dimensional and plain to get up any higher. Congratulations to those Hampshire exhibitors.
First place and congratulations goes to Knox Prince. Second place, Tatum Jones. Third place, Eliza Trageser. Fourth place, Tyler Campbell. And fifth place, Jacob Hovius. Now entering the ring is our second class of Hampshire Barrows. Exhibitors in this class are Mara and Winkle, Branson Lisby, Ruby Young, and Cole Fleener. Now showing our second class of Hampshire Barrows. Animals in this class range in weight from 271 to 299.
While not perfect, the Barrow right ahead of me is going to be your class winner here, and a bit of an answer to prayer in terms of the Hampshire division. Needed something that's got some build and width and squareness and comes with muscle, and he's the best one we've seen so far. From there, things become a touch more challenging. Gonna go ahead and tie into the young lady in the black shirt. That's the Barrow next that comes with the most amount of muscle shape but carries quite a bit more condition down through the lower third of his body. In third is gonna be the young man over here on the far side. The same can be said about that Barrow, a more moderate hog that needs more true muscle shape at the top side of his blade, cleaned up through his flank. And we're gonna close our class with just our frailer featured, more two-dimensional and narrow built hog. Let's give those kids a big round of applause, and we'll sort for the champion Hampshire Barrow.
First place and congratulations goes to Cole Fleener. Second place, Ruby Young. Third place, Branson Lisby. And fourth place, Marin Winkle. We'll now be showing for champion Hampshire Barrow. From our first class, our exhibitor is Knox Prince, and from our second class, Cole Fleener.
To be transparent, the Hampshire division was a little rough in terms of quality, and your champion and reserve have to be out here in the center of the ring, as they're the two best Barrows we came across, and they come with their issues. The Barrow that wins the second class by far has the most topside shape and power when you get in behind him. I think he's got a hurt leg he's really favoring there, and that causes some structural concern. That aside, he's the one that just comes with the most positives. He's going to be your champion Hampshire Barrow. Young man in the green shirt with the really good looking Barrow that just needs more muscle is going to be your reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations goes to Cole Fleener with champion Hampshire Barrow, and congratulations to Knox Prince, reserve champion Hampshire Barrow. Now entering the ring is our Hereford Barrow class. Exhibitors in this class are Allison Lisby, Spencer Buchanan, Abigail Pendle, and Jake Naylor. Animals in this class range in weight from 243 to 298.
By some margin, the good built fresh Barrow is the young lady in the black shirt with the dark Hereford Barrow in the center of the ring. Super sound, really attractive. I think he's got a great muscle shape up high. From there, it becomes quite a bit more challenging as to what you're going to tie into. We've got several different versions of barrows out here. I'm going to go with the next heavy muscled barrow, even though he's carrying too much cover for me today, and that's the young man here in the plaid shirt. He'll be a reserve Hereford Barrow. Third place is going to be the young man in the blue shirt, a hog that I think balances really well, but just doesn't come with enough. And the young lady in the blue shirt is going to close our class with one that just causes too many structure concerns and just doesn't have enough genuine muscle shape. Good job to those exhibitors.
Congratulations goes to Abigail Pendle with the champion Hereford Barrow, and congratulations to Jake Naylor, reserve champion Hereford Barrow. Third place goes to Spencer Buchanan, and fourth place, Allison Lisby. Now entering the ring is our Landrace Barrow class. Exhibitors in this class are Mabel Young and Emmett Young. Animals in this class range in weight from 275 to 288.
Well, I said the same thing in the gilt show, that I don't want to seem like I'm Russian, but I've already judged these hogs in the bred and owned division, and I elected to use the young man's barrow over there in the blue that just is cleaner and fresher in terms of his muscle shape. I love the look and build of this barrow that's going to be reserved. I just think he's too far along in terms of his condition, especially where he reads back there in his flank. A big congratulations to that young man for raising these hogs.
Congratulations goes to Emmett Young with champion Landrace Barrow, and congratulations to Mabel Young, reserve champion Landrace Barrow. Now entering the ring is our Poland Barrow class. Exhibitors in this class are Knox Prince, Owen Young, and Bree Livingston. Animals in this class range in weight from 244 to 275.
Again, in this class, there's one good built fresh barrow, and that's the young lady in the black and white striped shirt. He's got to be the place to start. He is by some margin the soundest structured, best looking one. Like I said, that's the freshest in his muscle shape. I guess from there it becomes a bit of a quandary, if you will. You've got a barrow that's heavy muscled and stout, but maybe doesn't move the best, and you've got a barrow that's frail and light muscled, but moves better. But ultimately, these barrows have to be able to hang a carcass, and we're just going to get more out of the young man's barrow that's going to be here in second, the young man's barrow in third. I appreciate that his skeleton is better, but there's just not enough terminal incentive for me to use him today. Congratulations.
Congratulations goes to Bree Livingston with the champion Poland Barrow. And congratulations to Owen Young, reserve champion Poland Barrow. Third place goes to Knox Prince.
Just a single entry spotted Barrow, and he's pretty lightweight, but he's not bad by any stretch of the imagination. Sound and flexible, and definitely has a good functional muscle shape. He just needs more time on feed and to be taken care of and worked with, and I think he'd be a perfectly acceptable hog to even go on to the Indiana State Fair. Let's give this young lady a big round of applause.
Congratulations goes to Camry Condor with the champion Spot Barrow. Now entering the ring is our first class of Tamworth Barrows. Exhibitors in this class are Samson Dillard, Kayla Moore, and Evelyn Deck. Animals in this class range in weight from 192 to 283.
We'll have a big spread in weight in the Tamworth Barrows from 197 all the way up to 318 in the next class, so it'll be interesting to see where we land on that. I think the best built Barrow that's the freshest is the young ladies right here in the center of the ring. He's got a big top, he's thick-ended, lays his blade the best on him in this class. I like the stoutness of skull he brings to the table. The young ladies Barrow that's going to be second in this class just naturally is a frailer skulled, frailer footed type of hog. He's definitely pushing it in terms of his fat and composition, especially getting fuller there back through his flank. I really just want to set him back in his blade. He can crank that head up, but I'd like to make him naturally taller fronted and just take a more comfortable step. The young man's Barrow that's going to be third, he just needs more time. He's just a lightweight, light-muscled Barrow in this class, but I think still good. Congratulations to these individuals.
First place and congratulations goes to Evelyn Deck. Second place, Kayla Moore. And third place, Samson Dillard. Now entering the ring is our second class of Tamworth Barrows. Exhibitors in this class are Oliver Goff, Ellie Livingston, and Gideon Phipps. Animals in this class range in weight from 291 to 318.
The young lady in the black and white striped shirt's driving a really nice Tamworth Barrow. Even for as big as he is, he's fresh. He's got a tremendous muscle shape down his top. He's sound, he's flexible, and that's one you just use and you don't even think twice about it. Things get more challenging here in where we're going to go between second and third, but I'm going to go with the heavier muscled Barrow, and that's going to be the young man on the far side of the ring. The lighter, flatter, muscled Barrow is going to go ahead and be third. Let's give those kids a big round of applause, and we'll drive for the champion, Tamworth Barrow.
First place and congratulations goes to Ellie Livingston. Second place, Gideon Phipps. And third place, Oliver Goff. We'll now be showing for champion Tamworth Barrow. From Class 1, our exhibitor is Evelyn Deck, and Class 2, Ellie Livingston.
That's two really nice Tamworth Barrows for a county fair show. And I think both of them have their positives. There's one for me that's just so fresh, and that's the young lady in the black and white striped shirt to be your champion Tamworth Barrow. I know he's big and he's big framed, but he's even probably fresher in his muscle shape and cleaner in his composition than the lighter weight Barrow here. But he's going to go ahead and be our reserve. I talked about him out of class. I think a really nice Barrow that even if he could get a little frame on him, would continue to keep going. Congratulations to both those young ladies.
Congratulations goes to Ellie Livingston with the champion Tamworth Barrow, and congratulations to Evelyn Deck, reserve champion Barrow. Now entering the ring is our first class of Yorkshire Barrows. Exhibitors in this class are Harper Lawrence, Evelyn Deck, and Eli Arthur. Animals in this class range in weight from 230 to 266.
A really nice class to kick off the Yorkshire Barrows, and my preference lies in the young man in the purple shirt. I think that's a really attractive York Barrow. He's got a big top in him for the weight he's at. You know, if you to get critical, I guess you could give him more shape to the top side of his hip, but I think that's being picky on one. The young lady's Barrow in second is no slouch. That's a tall-fronted Barrow that's extended ahead of his blade. He probably just gets a hair plainer in comparison to the Barrow in once. He's probably not a true rib, but just a little longer than the Barrow ahead of him, which just doesn't give him that extra bulk and shape right out of the back of his blade, but still a really nice Barrow. The young lady in third's Barrow, one that you can certainly appreciate. He's just quite a bit more moderate than the two ahead of him. He too wants to get too wide going away from you and just pushes the bounds of his skeleton. Good job to those kids.
First place and congratulations goes to Eli Arthur. Second place, Evelyn Dick. And third place, Harper Lawrence. We'll now be showing our second class of Yorkshire Barrows. Exhibitors in this class are Colin Rudisell and Ellie Fleener. Animals in this class range in weight from 271 to 308.
Kind of a tough class out here, actually, because the square-built, heavier muscled Barrow seems to have an injury and is starting to limp out here. But I still think he's got the better basics, and I'm going to go ahead and use the young man's Barrow to win this class. Sure, you can appreciate the tall-shouldered, longer pattern Barrow, but he just gets quite a bit narrower and plainer, especially down his top, relative to the Barrow that's going to beat him. Let's give those kids a round of applause.
First place and congratulations goes to Colin Rudisell, and second place, Ellie Fleener. We'll now be showing for champion Yorkshire Barrow from Class 1. Our exhibitor is Eli Arthur, and Class 2, Colin Rudisell.
We bring those two class winners back, and I talked about the Barrow that wins that second class being injured, and that puts him at a disadvantage here, but really, even just the basics of his skeleton are not nearly as powerful and cracked open as the Barrow that wins our first class. I think he's an easy place to go for your champion Yorkshire. Drop in the second place from that first class, and I thought those two were really tight. You should not separate them. He's going to go ahead and be your reserve.
Congratulations goes to Eli Arthur with the champion Yorkshire Barrow, and congratulations to Evelyn Deck, reserve champion Yorkshire Barrow. Now entering the ring is our lightweight class of Crossbred Barrows. Exhibitors in this class are Harlan Van Devender, Hunter Olson, Blake Chandler, Henry Ferguson, Cynthia Franklin, and Traven Franklin. Animals in this class range in weight from 196 to 240.
By some margin, the best Barrow in this class is the young man's blue Barrow right ahead of me. I think that's a really nice Barrow. I'm guessing he's probably the 240 in this class, and he's looking really fresh at that particular weight and a good place to start. The second place Barrow in this class is going to be the young man's belted Barrow with this checkered shirt on over here. That's your next best Barrow in terms of being opened up in his chest and having a true muscle shape down his top. Third is the young man's Barrow right here. This guy's really heavy muscled shape, really heavy muscled, especially over his loin and his upper hip. He just wants to close more at the base of his skeleton. It gets quite a bit more challenging from there with three hogs that just want to close and plane up. The young lady has the barrow that just comes with the next most muscle shape. She's going to go ahead and be 4 in this class. 5 will be the young man in the blue striped shirt, and 6 will be this young man here with the belted barrow. Hogs that just want to plane up and close up and just become more generic in their basic build. Congratulations to our lightweight champion in reserve.
Congratulations goes to Henry Ferguson with the champion lightweight barrow, and congratulations to Hunter Olson, reserve champion lightweight barrow. 3rd place goes to Harlan Van Devender. 4th place goes to Cynthia Franklin. 5th place goes to Traven Franklin, and 6th place Blake Chandler. Now entering the ring is our 2nd class of crossbred barrows. This is our medium weight class. Exhibitors in this class are Eli Arthur, Tyler Patterson, Adeline Franklin, Raylan Fleener, Reed Patterson, Leona Fair, and Evelyn Deck. Animals in this class range in weight from 243 to 254.
This medium division, I'm certain, holds everybody's heavy hitter crossbred barrows, and the top 5 are really good. Not a single one of them is perfect. I wish they were. I'd have to look at them a lot less. I can find a flaw in every single one of these barrows, and really for me, it's just trying to decide what I can be the most comfortable with. And that's a difficult choice out here, I'm not going to lie to you. Let's talk about them as individuals, and then I'll go ahead and finally make up my mind. I'll start left to right. I'll talk about the young lady's barrow. This white, blue-eyed barrow, he is really burly. He's big boned. He's got a big top. I know we're into long hair right now. I don't know that it works to his advantage. I think it makes him look a little staler than if he was clipped a little tighter. I think he would look fresher down his top. That's just my personal opinion. He's got a big old flank, probably bordering on a swollen lymph node, but it's not popped, but he's got a big old flank, and that concerns me. The young man's barrow right here, he comes out, he's very well presented. He's plenty moderate, and I know I say that, and I picked a crossbred gilt that was plenty moderate, but he does it with a really short cannon bone. You study that barrow hock to his pastern, and it's really short. His growth pattern is just not very big. Love him driving at me. I love his top shape. My biggest issue with him is going away and how squatty he gets from behind and how much he tucks that hind leg and pastern up underneath him and just doesn't take a really clean stride in my mind. The barrow that's out there with the young lady in the middle of the ring. Up front, probably my favorite barrow. He's the tall fronted extended barrow that drives uphill. I have looked at him a lot of times because he's not the extreme barrow. And there were times that, you know, I looked at him and I was like, he's just not the big top barrow, but you continue to study him and he's the really fresh barrow. He is not perfectly clean in his flank, but he's cleaner in his flank than what the white barrow is. He's not perfect in terms of just being really bold in his rib and center body. I don't think he needs to be. He's more my kind of barrow, and I'm going to go ahead and win with that one. Second for me is the young man in the purple. Third is the young lady's white barrow. I'm going to take my time to talk 4 and 5 in this class. The young man's barrow right here, you get over top of this thing, and he has got a big old top put in him. He drives him incredibly well. He's tall fronted. He's extended up front. His problems lie in his hip. He's too jammed up in his hip, and he doesn't take a genuine step there. He really wants to push paddle when you study him from behind. That really is the problem with the young man's barrow that lies in 5 as well. Another barrow that is really big topped and really big ribbed, and I'm sure they've been really excited about at home. His problems lie in his hip. He steps too far outside of his skeleton, and he gets too tight in that back left hind leg, and when we're talking about being at this caliber, we just have to be able to do those things appropriately. 6 and 7 in this class, hogs that certainly offer some practicality. They're just not at the quality level of the top 5 that we were driving. Let's give these kids a big round of applause.
Congratulations goes to Raylan Fleener with champion medium weight barrow, and congratulations to Eli Arthur, reserve champion medium weight barrow. Third place goes to Evelyn Deck. Fourth place, Tyler Patterson. Fifth place, Reed Patterson. Sixth place, Adeline Franklin, and seventh place, Leona Fair. Now entering the ring is our first class of heavyweight crossbred barrows. Exhibitors in this class are Riley Tusing, Camry Conder, Madeline Polly, Embry Chilton, Brooklyn Pendle, and Layla Quimby. Animals in this class range in weight from 261 to 280.
kept it a little easier on me in this class because there's one that's easy to find, and that's this blue Barrow right here. He's got a monster top in him and an absolute monster hip. Super, super fresh. I think that's an easy one to tie into. Second in my mind is the young lady's black Barrow. Really tall fronted, really extended. He just doesn't come as massive up higher when you step in behind him. The young lady's Barrow here with the belted Barrow, he's going to go ahead and be third, and I think he's a nice constructed Barrow. Maybe just needs to stud his blade taller and set back a little higher so that he hooks his top line up, but he is also just not as bold and massive as what we see up ahead. As we move on down to the second portion of our class, the young lady over here with the white Barrow is going to go ahead and be fourth, one that just reads a little bit plainer and more generic. The young lady in the Paisley is going to be five, same, just a plainer Barrow, one that I think has some good parts and pieces. And the young lady in the black shirt just has the heavier, waistier conditioned Barrow that just is a little too overdone for me. Congratulations.
First place and congratulations goes to Layla Quimby. Second place, Brooklyn Pendle. Third place, Embry Chilton. Fourth place, Madeline Pauley. Fifth place, Riley Tusing. And sixth place, Camry Condor. Now entering the ring is our last class of heavyweight crossbred barrows. Exhibitors in this class are Bailey Moore, Riley Tusing, Kinley Cupper, Luke Condor, Hayden Clark, and Elena Quimby. Animals in this class range in weight from 288 to 298.
There's an absolute truck of a Barrow out here to win, and that's the young lady in the black shirt. He's so wide. He might even be a little too wide. He wants to come in a touch up front when you study him. He's starting to push it in terms of weight. He's starting to get a little heavier back through that flank, but that's getting critical on one that I think offers a lot of positives. The young lady that's going to be second is the young lady with the white Barrow. He's not nearly as powerful as the one ahead of him, but I still think a good built Barrow that's got a big top. The young man that's going to be third is right ahead of me with this belted Barrow, one that's got a tremendous amount of muscle shape. He's just got too much. It causes him to push the bounds of his skeleton and what he can handle. The young man over here is going to be fourth in this particular class, a Barrow that can certainly get out here and move up front. He gets more restricted out of his hip and his hind leg and is starting to read staler over his chine. The young lady with the blue Barrow is going to go ahead and be five in this class, a Barrow that's just starting to read too overdone. He's got too much condition. And then the young lady in the Paisley shirt's going to be six, a Barrow that just needs more true muscle shape to compete with those ahead of him. We'll go ahead and drive for your champion heavyweight Barrow, and then we'll get a champion crossbred.
All right. Congratulations goes to Elena Quimby with our champion heavyweight Barrow, and congratulations to Bailey Moore, reserve champion heavyweight Barrow. Third place is Luke Condor. Fourth place is Hayden Clark. Fifth place, Kinley Cupper. And sixth place, Riley Tusing. I read that wrong. Sorry about that. We'll now be showing for champion heavyweight Barrow. From Class 1, our exhibitor is Layla Quimby, and Class 2, Elena Quimby.
two really, really good heavyweight crossbred barrows, and I talked to them in class, and the one that I just think reads squarer at the ground and gets out here and just motors with more flex and ease, I'm going to tie into the young lady in the pink shirts, white barrow. We drop in the second place barrow out of that class with that black barrow, and I think he's awfully good. He reads just very similar to a lot of all black hogs that you see, really tall fronted, really elevated. You have to appreciate the mass and power that he has going away. He doesn't read as big and bold through his rib and center body as the barrow that wins our second class, and I think that's an awful powerful barrow to leave standing, so we're going to go ahead and use him for reserve heavy.
Congratulations goes to Layla Quimby with the champion heavyweight barrow, and congratulations to Elena Quimby, reserve champion heavyweight barrow. Now we'll be showing for overall champion barrow. Crossbred from our lightweight class, our exhibitor is Henry Ferguson. From our medium weight, Raylene Flinner. And from our heavyweight, Layla Quimby.
A really nice set of crossbred barrows out here, and some that are not going to hit the ring again that are still really nice crossbred barrows. I'm happy with the consistency across these three, I guess. They both have a similar pattern. You know, maybe they're not the burliest, but they have monstrous tops in them, and they have big hips. And I am always, no matter where we trend on market hogs, they still have to be market hogs. They have got to have muscle in them, and they've got to have a big cage, and they've got to have a big, thick hip, and they've got to be able to motor, and it doesn't matter how skinny we trend, how cute-headed we trend. I'm just always going to tie back to that. I think there's just a heck of a good crossbred barrow out here. You can't leave standing. Young ladies, heavy barrow will be it. You know, you drop that reserve heavy out here, and I actually think it becomes a tighter decision. I don't think that reserve heavy balances up near as well as the heavyweight winner. He's not as set back in his blade, and when his head drops, he wants to just bunch up more than what that barrow does. I think the lightweight barrow is a really attractive barrow as well. You know, maybe doesn't come with the mass and power, but I think you put another 40 pounds on that thing, and he's going to be really pretty stinking cool. That middleweight barrow I talked about, he's not the heaviest boned, but he's really, really fresh, and he's really flexible. And so at that point, it just becomes totally a matter of opinion out here. And even, you know, I think it's a tough. I think it could be a coin flip, and I think it could be a ask me right now. I might like it one way. Ask me to sort it again. I might like it another. And even for that, I'm going to just take a second. I'm going to get in behind these guys one more time just to make sure I'm happy with who's reserve, and then I'll just go ahead and shake that kid's hand.
Congratulations to Layla Quimby with the champion cross barrel, and congratulations to Raylene Fleener with the reserve champion crossbred. We're getting ready for the grand drive, and while they're bringing their animals up, we'd once again like to thank all of our 2025 sponsors. Our sponsors this year are BJ McElroy, Fleener's Cleaning Service, Heath and Samaritan Van Deventer family, Holler's Welding, in memory of Larry Arthur, Ron and Teresa Arthur, Joe and Kathy Van Deventer, Josh and Jana Young, Kelsey Butcher family, Keystone Cooperative, Pendle Farms, Polly family, R.H. Marlin Excavating LLC, Sam and Deanna Fleener, the McCammon family, Wright Family Farms, Young Trucking Incorporated, and Izzy's Rentals. We'd like to thank all of our 2025 sponsors. When we get ready to start the grand drive here, we'll do like we did with the gilt show. We'll call the animals out by the breed and with the exhibitor's name. Also, at this time, let's give our judge, Mandy Grimm, a hand for coming out this evening. All of our ring stewards for everyone helping in the ring this evening. Let's thank our Fair Queen Laura Carnegie and her court for helping out with ribbons this evening. Our Fair Queen Laura. Our Princess Molly Zeig, first runner-up Reese Oliver, second runner-up and Miss Congeniality Charlie Smith, Princess and Miss Congeniality Tyler Campbell, and Brianna Gallion, Miss Social Media. Are we ready? All right, we're going to start calling them out. From our Berkshire class, our exhibitor is Langley Hill. Okay. All right, hold on. We're still waiting on one more to come up. Do the red one? All right. From our Duroc class, our exhibitor is Henry Ferguson. From our Chester White class, Elena Quimby. From our Hampshire class, Cole Fleener. From our Hereford class, Abigail Pendle. From our Landrace class, Emmett Young. From our Poland class, Bree Livingston. From our Spot class, oh, it's not in the final? Okay. All right, from our Tamworth class, Ellie Livingston. From our Yorkshire class, Eli Arthur. And from our Crossbred class, Layla Quimby. We'll now be showing for the top 5. All photos this evening are being taken by EK Brand Collective. Those are free to download this weekend. And also, all these shows in the ring up here are live streaming on Facebook. They're under Monroe County 4-H Purdue Extension and YouTube, Monroe County 4-H Youth Development.
By no means do I have my mind totally made up on my top 5 yet, but let's go ahead and give these kids all a real big round of applause for a heck of a Barrow show. I have been blessed to be judging hog shows for 15-ish years now, and it is one of my very favorite things to do, and not something I do as much now as I would like to, because I have to be selective, because my life looks a lot different than the last time I was here. I said I was here 9 or 10 years ago, and since then I have gotten married and started a new show pig operation. And more importantly, I have 2 kids. My daughter Millie is 5 and my son Colson is 3. And while I was pregnant with them and while they were little, I took a lot of time off from judging shows, and then have been very selective with the shows that I take because I get summer off with them, kind of, as an ag teacher. There's still a lot going on, but it's my opportunity to spend time with them, and so I try to only take the ones that I know are going to be a lot of fun and are going to be a lot of high quality. And so I remember every show I've ever judged, but I remember being here around 9 or 10 years ago and what a fun show it was to judge. And so I was really excited to be asked back. And that's a real testament to your county. So be very proud of your kids. They've been a lot of fun to work with. Very respectful, very polite, showmanship. They were very knowledgeable and really good kids. And so, that's number one, is just be proud of them on that standpoint. And it's hot, so I will try to keep my words brief. And then we'll get into picking a top 5 out here. In fact, if you guys want to slow them down for just a second, I'll try to keep my words brief, and then we'll get them fired back up. But in those last 8 or so years, I think all of you who are parents, I think you can appreciate this, that becoming a parent puts a whole new perspective on your life and how you see these projects and how you see what is important and what takes priority. And I don't do that perfectly every day by any stretch of the imagination. I am excited that our daughter is showing a little bit of interest, and I'm driving from here to Louisville to go meet up with my family at Summer Type Conference and, spend time with Show Pig friends. And I love the opportunities that's going to provide my kids. And I hope that you guys are all getting those opportunities too. There are 2 things I always like to share when I judge a show. And number one is that, the banners are awesome. And trust me, I am the most competitive person. And I love to bring home a banner, whether that is coaching kids in FFA contests or whether that is with livestock. It fires me up, trust me. And as a kid, I was blessed to be able to hang some banners at our county fair and at national shows. But I got really reflective on that a few years ago when I moved everything out of my parents' house to the house that my husband and I bought, and I put all of those banners in a box in a closet in the back. And they sat there for a really long time. And that really puts a lot of perspective on what the banners mean. They're awesome. They're great, but they're not the most important things in life, and they certainly don't define you. I went through one of the 2 things that I'm really passionate about. One is mental health, and I will say that I went through a really hard time of anxiety and depression, not only in college, but also as a new mom. And I think about the time in college when there were days that finding my self-worth, I looked at the banners that I had hanging up in my apartment at school and the things I had won in livestock judging. And there were days that I was like, well, I should get out of bed because I was able to do these things, so I must have some worth. And I want to tell you right now that that is not where your worth lies. These banners are awesome, and they look great in your show barn, and they look great in your bedroom. But you winning these banners says nothing about who you are as a person, and it says nothing about the worth that you hold. And so that is my one of my 2 messages that I want every young person to hear, is that you are worth more than what you are able to accomplish in this ring, and the experiences that you have. And I know that's so cliche, and every judge says that, but the experiences you have with your family and your friends, I promise you, those relationships and what you get out of that means so much more. But even more than that, I can get really reflective and choked up on all of the places that this awesome thing has taken me in livestock judging. And I have been able to judge from California to Colorado to Florida to West Virginia and Canada, and take trips with my husband because of those things. And I have been blessed to travel coaching livestock judging teams. And I don't mean that to say anything about me. That is all 100% absolutely because God put me on a path and a trajectory for my life when I was a high school student with my livestock judging coach, who mentored me in this show pig thing and mentored me in judging. And I am not standing here today judging your show, and I am not in front of you, and I am not the mom, wife, teacher, person I am today without Jesus in my heart. And you're going to get that from me out of every single show. And I can tell you there is 2 ways to do life, and I just told my husband last week, like, growing up was like, ooh, 30 and 40 is so old. I am 36, and I am loving life right now because God gave me this life, and he gave me opportunities, and I am going to live the absolute heck out of it because I have him on my side, and he's going to carry me no matter what. No matter highs, lows, hills, valleys. And so if you don't have that relationship, I know during the guilt pictures, I was up there stuffing my face with a taco salad so I could get through this. And in every guilt picture, I'm going to have like a half a mouthful of lettuce. But I will be down here after the Barrow show. If you do not know Jesus and you do not have that relationship and you don't get to wake up every morning with that joy in your heart, come talk to me. I'll sprinkle you with a spray bottle. We'll take care of it right now. Okay. So every opportunity that the Lord puts me in a show ring, that's what you're going to get from me from now till the day I die and the last show they asked me to judge. So you can fire them back up. I've done that now. Let's pick a top 5 barrows. I've talked a lot. I feel like slapping some barrows and shaking some hands. So let's go that route for this. Thank you guys so much. It was a lot of fun to come back. I hope you enjoy your evening and the rest of your fair.
Congratulations goes to Layla Quimby with her cross for Grand Champion Barrow. Reserve Grand Champion goes to Henry Ferguson with his Duroc. 3rd overall goes to Langley Hill with the Berkshire. 4th overall goes to Raylan Fleener with the cross. And 5th overall, Reese Pendle with the Berkshire. That concludes our show this evening.